himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha and everlevelconcrete.com.
Hi, Connor.
Hi,
Did
guys.
you figure it out yet?
I was hoping that would jar your memory.
There was a topic
Topic
alert, kind of, earlier in the show, and I said out loud into the microphone over the air, I said, that's a good crossover topic with Josh for later. And
maybe one of our friends of the Grum can help you out in figuring out what it was.
Because they usually do remember things that I've said better than I do.
Dude,
so.
sometimes that'll happen where a listener will be at a remote and they'll be like, man, remember that thing 4 years ago? And I'm like, dude,
Nope.
no.
Well, it's because we're just yapping. We don't remember everything. We're
so
yapping.
much.
People always say, I listen to the show every day. I go, you do?
That's pretty cool.
You do.
Somebody says they listen every day. I'm like, you are awesome.
They are awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
The friends of the station are the best.
I like the people who like, oh yeah, I'm an 8A to 3P listener, which is a normal work hour, but it's weird to hear.
Yeah. That'd be fun to make new promos.
That's mostly my show.
That is mostly your show.
7:30
That is mostly your show.
A to 5:15p listener.
Just a very specific.
That's how, maybe that's the next thing for like targeted ads. We find out specifically when these people work, when their shifts are.
Yeah.
And feed them ads about when they should listen.
Not a bad
specifically
idea.
during their workday.
We're on all
while
day.
not being productive.
6A to 6P. That is a lot of content.
so much content.
Lot
It's
of
so
content.
much content.
Audio content, video content.
Yeah, how's that going, director of video?
Yeah, what's up? We got any videos coming
Yeah,
out?
We have many videos.
What do we got on the Zone YouTube page today, Nick?
The Zone YouTube
Are
page
people
today.
subscribing today?
They should.
We've been getting steady subscribers.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
We're almost at 4,000.
Steve Sipple's Words of Wisdom. That is one of the latest videos.
Mhm.
Connor's Bold Prediction. That's one of the latest
Yeah,
videos.
We have dumb
Was your
debates
bold
from
prediction
yesterday.
that they would throw the ball downfield to Thomas Fidone?
No, I don't have Jimmy Allen bold predictions. I have Connor Happer bold
They're
predictions.
playing a night game.
I actually
Whoa,
went out on a
Jimmy.
limb.
Yeah? What'd you say? What was your
Maybe
prediction?
watch the video. I don't know.
What was your
Mm.
prediction? I guess I'll have to check it out.
Guess I will too.
Yeah,
Guess we'll
Happer's
all have to
bold
check it out.
prediction on 1620 The Zone.
I will say
TV.
I'll
this.
tell you, Northern Iowa will score 0 points on Saturday.
Oh, you've been saying this like everywhere. You do a million pods and you always say
well,
it.
I am the person that I am, Josh.
Yeah.
I have to say the things that I
Shut
say.
out, shut out, shut out. You tweeted it
Do I
today.
have to-
Shut out, shut out, shut out.
Do I have to curate takes just for individual
No.
shows?
No, I'm just saying I partake in a lot of your stuff, so I heard you say that.
I did. I said it on the show too, though.
Yeah. I did enjoy this as I'm about to close YouTube, but there's a thumbnail of Scott Frost and Dog Do is the topic. It's from your show.
Yeah.
But Mr. Odson also put a margarita glass in
Mhm.
front of Frost,
It's important.
who's wearing a
Josh is-
Rams polo.
Josh is big on the Easter eggs. It's
Yeah,
appreciated.
Well, it's not even an Easter egg. It's just right there.
Oh,
It's
for
just
ya.
an egg.
I haven't
yeah,
seen it.
it's just an egg.
It's
Yes,
just an
there's-
egg.
There's no Easter. Yeah. Not at
What if
all.
we find out Frost really doesn't like margs?
Impossible.
You think he's more of a G&T guy?
I have no idea.
Old-fashioned?
I have no idea. I'm just
I
saying.
had one of the best old fashions I've had ever
Yeah?
last night. It
They're-
was so good.
Oh, that's right. Nick went to a fancy restaurant wearing a T-shirt.
Fancy-ish. There were other people there dressed similar to me.
Okay, wait. Hold
Highly
on.
There was a guy wearing an Angels hat for some reason. I hope he's okay.
What fancy restaurant did you attend?
I don't know anything about fancy
I
cars.
don't remember.
Fancy was
You
it
don't remember what
downtown?
was
It was
called?
downtown. It
It was
was
very memorable.
Gilbert something. Jay
Jay
Gilbert.
Gilbert's.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was Jay Gilbert.
I've never heard of this place.
Yeah,
Is it
Jay
nice?
Gilbert's.
Jay
Yeah, it is
Gilbert's?
nice.
I could cut that
What
steak with a butter knife. It was great.
It is a steakhouse, right?
Yes.
Wood-fired steaks and seafood Omaha.
It's delicious.
Oh, is that's the one in the new hotel, right?
Yeah.
In the Marriott.
Yes,
That is correct.
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
So you
Wow, he went to a place like this wearing that.
and what did you wear?
Yeah.
I had my Royals throwback T-shirt and then my Vans shorts.
And
They
why'd you
allowed
do
him
that?
in the restaurant.
They allowed me in because there were other people who were also dressed in T-shirts and graphic
What
tees
time of the
also
day was
there.
it?
It was like 6:30.
It was dinner time.
Pretty prime time.
That is prime time.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
guess
looks
you
like
wouldn't have
it
been there at 3.
Looks like it
6:30
was-
on a Wednesday, so I don't think they cared.
looks like it was a la carte too. There, Nick, is that true?
What do you mean?
A la carte were the sides. You have to pay for the sides.
No, those were included.
Oh, okay. Accompaniments is what they're called on. the
Yeah, they
menu.
call them a company. Like if you just want them by
Accoutrements?
themselves, then
Yeah.
it's $7 a piece. But
Yeah,
the steak came with 2 sides.
nice. What kind of steak did you get?
Medium rare Kansas City strip.
Nice.
the
What kind of
12
sides
ounce.
did you get?
I got the mashed potatoes and the citrus broccolini. I like broccolini. That was my first time having
Broccolini's good.
broccolini.
What's broccolini?
It's like
just little
broccoli, but
broccoli.
tall. It's
Yeah,
tall
it's
but little.
it's the longer stalks. They leave the.
They're like
longer
green
stalks in.
beans and broccoli combined. It's
good.
I don't know.
Charles says 2 old fashions.
I only had one old fashioned, but it was the best old fashioned I've ever had.
Was it
Odds-
smoked?
Yes, it was great. They
Odds
brought it
is-
out in a
I
little
could
decanter.
really take it or leave it on the smoked stuff.
Yeah, I don't need my drinks to taste
Yeah.
like barbecue.
No.
I like the smokiness.
Handshake.
It was great.
It's
It
why
was-
I'm not a fan of oh no, I can't remember the name of it. It's not tequila, it's the other thing.
Reposado?
No, that's a type of tequila. Mezcal.
Mezcal.
Don't like
Ah.
that. It has that smoky Have you ever had that, John?
What's it called?
Mezcal or mezcal.
Yeah, it's like technically tequila, but it's like
It's very smoky.
yeah.
Very
Oh, no.
very smoky. It's like they poured smoke right on into it.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
A lot of people in the chat are writing mezcal.
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 Thank you for your service.
Thanks for the mezcals in the chat.
Yeah,
Mezcal.
can I get some mezcals in the chat? Can I
Oh.
get some flame emojis in the chat?
I'm pretty sure I've never heard of that.
You should try it
Maybe you
sometime.
will.
Maybe
Well,
you
yeah,
will.
but if
I
it's
guess
all
you don't, if
smoky,
you're
I don't.
anti-smoking.
I don't know.
Maybe John and I can have a mezcal on New Year's Eve when we're watching Creighton basketball. Probably play it about 10 o'clock
Yep.
that night.
Oh,
because
it's funny.
there'll be a college football playoff game before that.
Yeah.
There will be one college football playoff game. Thank you for reminding me because the first thing, and I said this off the air, the first thing I did when the schedule came out, I went and looked to see about weeknight games.
The topic had to be in here somewhere.
Is it basketball related?
It must be in
That probably is.
So my thought is always, hey, does Creighton have any road games on the East Coast on a weeknight? Because that's good for your guy. That's very good.
That means
for,
you get off a half hour early.
Hey, I still work.
Congratulations.
I still work all the time, so let me enjoy a few days off here and there. A few days off early
a
here
few
and
hours.
Thank you.
off early.
Now it's a bummer to see DePaul is a Tuesday game. That doesn't matter. It's
That's
gonna
in
be
Chicago.
Yeah, it's gonna be 8:00 start at Central Time Zone. But we love to see Providence. We love to see Seton Hall. We love to see.
What if DePaul's good now, though?
That doesn't matter
They're
for
not.
this discussion.
Well, it doesn't matter. That
Georgetown.
game's still going to start at 8.
Georgetown on a Wednesday. That's like 5:30 CBS Sports Network. Do they still do CBS?
No,
Sports
I think
Network?
they're dead now, aren't
Oh,
they?
Turner. I wonder what time the Turner games will be.
Does that contract start this year?
No, I think it starts next year.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think
So
this is the
CBS
last year of the existing.
So Pete
deal.
Gillen's still still with us?
Rest in
Okay.
peace.
Yes,
rest
he
in
is.
peace, Pete
All
Gillen.
right.
Yeah, I
the-
don't know what they'll do with New Year's Eve because with the college, there's 3 Big East games that day.
So there's going to be 2 day games and 1 super late one, right?
So
For what
you,
game?
so
What
you
for
think
New Year's
you,
Eve?
you think it will? You think it'll
Playoff.
be
There's
late?
just one game that day.
The playoff is at 6 o'clock, right?
Right.
yeah.
So there's 3 Big East games.
Oh, I see what you're saying. My bad.
So 2 day games and a late.
Well, we all know who's going to get the late.
That
By
would
the way-
be the westernmost Big East school, the Creighton Blue Jays.
Mhm.
Yes.
Maybe they should add Gonzaga. By the way, TNT, John was correct. It does indeed start next year.
Okay.
So don't have to worry about them.
John, we're starting after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, probably.
Line up for it. They're going to be hammered
Oh,
in
yeah.
Omaha.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! Dollar beer night.
Little Jimmy in the pregame action. Is it Jimmy and Jimmy?
Jimmy watching the college football playoff, talking about the Jays.
Nice. Nothing better.
Yeah.
Nothing better.
Nice.
I remember one time
They're playing
I
Rick Pitino's St. John's team.
back when I was of Blue Jay shoot around, I went to the arena for the New Year's Eve spectacular when they played
Marquette.
Marquette in the opener.
Yeah.
And I was sitting next to the athletic director of Creighton, Bruce Rasmussen.
Bruce Rasmussen.
Now, this was in the days before streaming games online was easy. So I had to find a dubious stream to watch Johnny Manziel and Texas A&M. I think they played Duke in his last ever college game, and Ras was looking over and taking a peek sometimes at the game.
What the hell? Why were you watching that? Who cares?
It was during commercials. It was during commercials. I had the game on.
You didn't watch the ESPN feed?
Back then, the
During
streaming was
commercials
different.
of the basketball game you were at, you were watching a football game between Duke and Texas A&M.
It's me.
Happer. He's a pervert.
Yeah.
This is horrifying.
He's a football pervert.
This is normal activity.
Which podcast were you listening to at the
Here
same
we go.
time?
Here it is. There
we
it is.
go.
There's the graphic. Football pervert.
Which podcast were you listening to at the same
No.
time you were watching
Great
this?
point. And what book were you reading?
None, guys. I was doing my job and also watching college football. Why is this weird? This is a normal thing. People watch games. Just being normal.
You did not have to watch Texas A&M. And
This was back
No.
when bowl games kind of mattered.
Were you
still.
being
No,
held
they
at
didn't.
gunpoint?
That's the thing. They never.
And you had a
outside
good
of
seat.
just
You were
a
sitting
couple,
next to
they
Bruce.
Never really did.
Dude, I had the best seat. That was awesome. That first year, I went to almost every home game, and I always sat next to John. It was awesome.
Yeah, he did. That was back when, more media got to sit on the press row. Now
I remember.
Now it is filled with more of the comfy chair.
Yeah, then I got triggered one time because I went there and Gary was in my spot for the Nebraska game. So I was like, I'm just going to go home. So I just went home, watched the game at home. And that was the game that Creighton got up 38-9 or 39-8.
So many
38-8.
Yeah, and I was like, you know what? I made the good decision by not just staying there.
No,
Yeah, but you
I think
missed
it would have been fun to be there.
You missed the exciting part when Grant Gibbs and Taran Petaway decided to do a little
Wrestle?
catch can wrestling
Nice.
down on the floor.
Just a little scrum.
Every time I watch that, I mean,
That play is so funny.
First of all, the game's over. It's a 20-point game.
He just
There's like
jumped
2
on
minutes
top
left.
of him.
He just jumped on top of him. And then instead of just, actually reaching for the ball, the way that Gibbs just kind of moved like a snake just on top of Taran Petaway
So funny.
just to maximize the annoyance level.
Grant was the best at that.
Hilarious.
One of the best people at being annoying on a
he
basketball court.
trolled.
So good.
We've
at
He
it.
ever
trolled
seen.
very hard.
He is
Yeah.
he is the guy I use all the time as this is the guy you love him to death if he's on your team. You hate him to death if he's not.
And he never like showed emotion either. He just always had the blank
No.
stare on his face.
That's the thing
Yeah.
about Grant is he's a great guy.
Yeah. Oh, he's
But
incredible.
you get
yeah.
him on the floor and it's like, okay, knob goes up to 10, but it's not a braggadocious or emotive. He's
Nope.
kind of like Jake the Snake, you
Yep.
know, he's just very calculating
He's
and
just
just
kinda
all of a
there.
sudden, bam, you get hit with a DDT. It's like, what? Where did that come from?
Diamond Dallas Page?
No, that was DDP.
Oh,
Jake the Snake Roberts had the move called the DDT.
my bad.
Isn't that what you spray to get rid of bugs?
Exactly.
Oh,
Thought that was
Interesting.
called.
never made that connection.
Thought that was
Or
what's
is
the
it
other
DEET?
brand?
DEE.
So anyway, I liked watching Johnny Manziel. He was fun.
Johnny Football is what they called
That's
him.
so stupid.
But he was
Josh.
playing Duke.
It was a bowl game, huh? What do you want
It
from
was
me?
Duke.
Yeah, it was a good game though, if I remember
So
right.
we were
What
trying
was
to
it,
decide
toilet
earlier,
bowl
Sure it was
game?
fine. I'm sure it was
John,
fine.
what was
Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl or something?
the very very late night bracket buster game? Who was that against?
God.
Was that the Long Beach?
Yes.
Yes.
Long Beach. I remember that game.
That game tipped off at what time do we
I
think?
think it was like 10 or 11.
I thought it was 10.
Yeah, it was late.
Maybe we fire that up again.
John would love that. You can ring in the new year
In
at
the
the
new year.
arena.
Yeah,
Lord.
we'll have a nice big cookie afterwards together.
Yeah.
Oh, from our friend?
Mhm.
Oh, man. Friend of me.
I,
Came on my podcast.
Boy, that's
I
really-
used your card and I enjoyed.
I
Those are good
want
cookies.
one of those cookies again.
Yeah, you
I've
should
only
buy
had one
them.
once.
You should support him. Kookaburra Cookies.
I love Kookaburra
Support
cookies.
Eli Vedral.
Muy bueno.
He's related to Noah Vedral.
Mhm.
They're brothers.
Of the Vedrals.
Of the Vedrals.
There's many Vedrals.
the
Yeah.
Vedral clan.
I interviewed him back in March, April. He was a
May,
great guest.
June.
Now it was March or April. He
He's
was
a
awesome.
runner, he's a track
He's
star.
a very nice person. Incredible athlete.
Hmm.
Like the
Yeah,
whole
he
damn
ran all
family.
the way from Council Bluffs to my house to bring me cookies.
Did he really? Oh, no. I was gonna say that sounds right. All right, now we're waiting on the Creighton women's schedule. That's what I need. I wanna see which games
I
I'm
need
doing.
those too.
Yeah, they have some non-con. They have the non-con listed here: Monday, Friday.
I need
Tuesday.
the Nebraska women's schedule.
Yeah, that we're getting close to all that stuff coming out.
Oh, it'll be here.
And then I'm gonna email Glenn and say, "Hey, Glenn, here's my availability.
Robin
Everything."
said yesterday that they have the schedule for the Big Ten, but there's some sort of holdup with the women's schedule. I'm like, what are we
Hold up.
I don't know.
Well,
This sounds like a
Big
Caitlin
Ten
Clark
realized
thing.
that they don't have Caitlin Clark anymore, and it's like, crap.
Ha.
We
What do you
can't just
mean?
put Iowa in every good spot.
My goat and your goat, Caitlin Clark.
Again, very problematic. I can't believe you'd be calling her names like that.
Do you think? How long do you think until she's
a
becomes
woman.
the logo of the WNBA?
Many years, Nick. If that's going to happen, like
What is
Calm
the logo
down,
of the
Nick.
WNBA? Isn't it just like a
It's
shield
just a
with
logo.
WNBA on it?
yeah, I don't know if it's any.
It's not like an offshoot of the
Which means they need,
NBA logo.
which means they need to refresh it.
No.
And she will be the logo.
Okay, I found an article from 2019. WNBA says refreshed logo isn't based on a player, but fans analyzing the bun disagree. And I think they're saying it's Diana Taurasi.
Oh, so it is a
Oh,
player
that does look like
silhouette.
Diana Taurasi.
Hmm.
Yep.
Okay, it's Diana Taurasi,
Nick, she's awesome.
and she's still playing.
That's wild. This article's from 5 years ago.
That's weird. Think about it. You know, Major League Baseball has the
Major League
the
Baseball.
dude in the batting stance, right?
Yeah, who is that?
It's always been believed to be Harmon
Harmon
Killebrew.
Killebrew.
Who?
Good one. Josh of
And
baseball.
then
Good
you
job.
have
I don't
What
know
a
why I know
name.
that.
you have the late Jerry West on
Yes.
the NBA logo,
He
and now
is dead
apparently
now.
Diana
we
Taurasi.
can't make fun of him anymore.
Yeah, you still can.
Okay.
Yeah. Kenny writes, it's always great radio when John brings up wrestling references no one knows or cares about.
Yep, that's true. If Josh was here, he would have liked it.
Yeah. Josh was probably watching on the stream at
Yeah.
ZoneTV.live.
Josh, laugh.
No, he
Comment-
is watching. He
Josh,
said,
comment, haha.
what was
There you
the NBA logo before Jerry West is what he asked.
I have no
Logo
idea.
Before Jerry West.
I don't know if I've ever seen an old NBA logo.
Josh says, I know, I care.
Wow, it wasn't very good back in the day, John. It was just basketballs, but really crappy looking basketballs. Look at those.
Those actually just look like, yeah, I don't even know if
It looks like cloth.
those may
Oh,
have not even been.
gross.
Those may not have even been official logos.
It looks
They may
like
have
a
just been
turd.
Yeah.
Things.
It looks like a
It's just a
turd.
bunch of turds.
Wow, Nick, come on, man.
So the NBA logos since 1969.
nice.
Nice.
Been that way for a while.
That's an old logo.
Some would say it's been a while. I guess they did alter. It's a slightly darker blue in 2017.
Pray they don't alter it.
Nice, good reference. Now that's a Star Wars reference.
Sorry if I made an old Star Wars reference for you.
Travis says, Josh, maybe tone down the excitement just a bit about Jerry West actually being dead now. Not excitement, just a reminder. It was oh, that's right.
I can't think about Jerry West without thinking about fake Jerry West.
Oh yeah,
That's all I think of.
Do you
winning
think-
time. I never finished that show.
I didn't either.
Well, it didn't finish itself.
That's also true.
No lies detected, boys.
If the NBA were going to make a new logo, who do you think would be on it?
Michael Jordan.
Caitlin
Yeah.
Clark, probably.
You think it'd be
Maybe Mike-
Kobe?
No, it'd be Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
He is the best basketball player of all time and the most famous basketball player of all time.
LeBron James.
LeBron James. It's not LeBron. It'd be Michael Jordan, though. But I don't think they're going to change it. It's a classic logo.
No,
It
I
is.
just
They
it was
shouldn't
a
change it.
hypothetical.
It's a great logo.
They shouldn't change it.
So you want to keep the logo how it is with Jerry West.
Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
that's fine.
It's a good logo, Nick.
It's just a.
What's up with you
Cool
and
logo.
changing logos, Nick?
Yeah.
I-
Well, because he's a Dolphins fan. Look at that dumb logo.
That's
I
true.
like the old logo. Thank God they're doing the throwback.
Yeah, they're wearing the
tonight.
throwbacks tonight.
We got
Can
the
you
pissed
explain to
off
me why
Dolphin.
everybody thinks your team is going to win tonight? What's the deal with
I don't think that. I'm nervous.
people are like the Dolphins?
I think it's mostly because the Dolphins usually have a winning record against the Bills at Hard Rock lately,
No,
Except for last year when they lost to him in the last game of the season.
except for last year when they lost at the last game of the season.
But it's September. But the sun will be down. It's going to be questions I asked Todd Furman. What about the Heat when the sun's down, Todd?
Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe people are still Tyreek pilled from last season when he was catching balls.
Well, he
Caught-
caught
he-
190 yards worth of balls last
He
week.
was pretty
130
good
It was
last
130. I was
Well,
off on
whatever.
the
It was a
number.
lot of yards.
And he got
That's a
arrested
lot
that
of
day.
yards.
That's a lot of yards on any day. Let
80
alone.
of
looked
those
good.
yards were one play, though.
That still
That's
counts.
Tyreek's whole bit.
Yes.
Nick.
No, I
This
Tyreek
isn't-
is not a possession receiver who gets 20 catches
Yeah,
for
this isn't
100
Steve
yards.
Largent where
Yeah,
he runs
Nick.
a bunch of 5-yard, curl patterns.
Figure it out, Nick.
compared to how he was playing last year, he played like garbage on Sunday, though, is all I've been saying.
Hmm.
He's not catching
Garbage.
balls. He's not catching balls that he would normally
How many
catch
drops
under
did he
every
have,
other
Nick? How many
circumstance.
drops?
I don't know off the top of my
Like
head.
two drops?
I think it was more than 2 drops.
Two
Hot drops.
He was nearly putting the slammer.
Yeah,
And
Nick.
he played well enough for
Nick,
me.
I'm going to read you the number of catches and yards he had in his last 5 games last year, counting the playoffs. 5 for 62,
Well,
7
yeah.
for 82, 6 for 76, 9 for 99, 4 for 61.
According to
Seems like the same guy.
According to
He's
the
not better.
ESPN.com, Hill had he caught 7 of 12 targets. So he was targeted 12 times. He caught 7.
Now,
Yeah, and
but
who
that
knows
doesn't
how
tell
many
the,
of those was
Yeah.
tiny baby noodle arm Tua throwing it 10 feet over his
the
head.
noodle boy.
Yeah.
I think that
Call me fettuccine.
I think that
just
80-yard
reported
run wasn't a very far catch either.
Yeah, a lot of
Tyreek's-
yards, a lot of yak.
I think it was some yak.
that. Oh, in other words, what Tyreek Hill has always
That's
done.
his whole bit, Nick.
Yeah,
That's
he
kind of
catches
his
ball
deal.
and runs far,
Yes, I
He's so
understand
fast.
that.
very fast.
But
I like
And then he drives his car too fast.
I like
They're
when Tyreek
way
Hill.
too fast.
I like when he
Way
catches
too
the ball and then just kind of stops and looks at everybody, and then he's like, "All right, which direction do I want to go?" In the
he does turn into a bit of a Looney Tunes character.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he's the fastest dude there is.
Yeah, Otson says, could he have been a little distracted Sunday?
Maybe.
yeah,
Maybe a little.
Probably.
Maybe his hands hurt. You ever think about his wrists were hurting, Nick?
but now his ankle might still hurt too from
Is it-
last season.
There you go.
But now they haven't had much rest either.
Yeah, same with the Bills, though.
And nobody
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
I'm still nervous.
You can be nervous.
I'm still nervous. I don't think
Well,
they're
it
going
is
to
the
I like
Bills.
new sports fan
It
Nick.
is the Bills. Bills are good.
Bills are good.
Nick, you're stressed out, but in weird ways. And
Yeah.
it's funny.
It's normal to be stressed about a football game,
Yeah.
but the way you are stressed is very interesting. It's
Yeah.
different.
I like it.
Yeah, it's fun.
For the record, I like it.
Yeah, you should do
I mean,
a
what
podcast.
happens if the Dolphins lose tonight and Tyreek doesn't get arrested? Does that mean he needs to get arrested?
Oh,
before
excellent
the
question,
game
John.
in order
Arrest
for them
that
to win?
man.
Well, if the Dolphins lose tonight, I'll be sad because the next time they play the Bills will be in Buffalo, and they will lose that game because they never win.
They
in
always
Buffalo.
lose in Buffalo.
What time of the year is that?
Good question.
When there's snow on the ground
Is
and it's cold.
Is it cold time?
Nick, who do you guys play in week 3?
Who do we play in week 3? I don't remember.
Dolphins at Bills is November 3rd. Oh, it'll be
That's not that
very
cold.
It'll be balmy 27.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
Buffalo.
Seahawks.
It's not. Oh, that could be a fun game.
Yep.
Mm.
Seahawks,
Seattle
Titans.
didn't
ugh.
look good last week.
Josh
And
loves
they were
the
playing the
Seahawks.
Broncos.
A lot of teams didn't look
Josh
good
is like,
last week.
whoa, I love the Seahawks.
I would never say that.
No kidding.
No, I would never
This
say
is
that.
Weird.
I would
very
say,
weird.
whoa, I picked them to win the division.
You love them.
No, I pick teams that are good to win things.
You mean like the New York Jets?
Hey,
That was weird, Josh.
I got one game wrong. Sometimes you can't get
Of
them all
many.
right. But did you know if you go to 1620thezone.com, you can try to pick 10 games correctly, and if you win, you get a prize.
$2,500.
Whoa.
A big one.
That's a big one.
Yeah, and
And there's still time to get your picks
Nick's
in.
game is not involved, right?
No.
Because it
Correct.
closes tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, my game is not on
No,
there.
no. All the games are this weekend.
that was
so
the
you
bummer.
have
That's a
through
great
Friday.
game.
You have through tomorrow to
Yeah.
get your picks in
Yeah.
for this week's contest.
Yeah, and we actually,
We're giving away a cool prize at the end of the year.
you get a grand
so
prize.
keep making picks every week.
Yeah, even if you win this weekend.
Because at the end of the year, what
I'm looking it up right now.
yeah, please.
And
All
that
right.
means everyone has to make their picks, right?
Yes.
Everyone in this room has to make
Yeah,
their
have you all
picks.
made your
Yes.
picks?
Yeah,
Make their
every
picks.
single person in this room.
I got my picks in earlier.
Well, my picks are in.
Did the morning show do
I
theirs?
believe my picks are in.
John?
My picks were in Monday.
Okay. The grand prize is worth $750, Yeti cooler,
Yeti.
camping chairs, a tailgating grill, and more. Dude, that Yeti cooler alone is probably like $400.
100%.
Those things are awesome. I have a Yeti cooler.
Yeah.
I would never buy one, but I would definitely take one. if
You would
it was
definitely
given to me.
love to win one.
Yeah, 100%. It's the only way I would own one.
Absolutely.
It
So
was
yeah, keep
bestowed
making your
upon me.
picks every single week. And even if you don't win any of the weekly prizes, you could still end up having the best score of the whole 10-week run and win the grand prize.
That's right.
You get a grand prize.
But remember to sign up for the email club because you get access to the picks a day earlier. And
Yes.
that's important.
What day is that again? Friday?
Monday.
Monday the picks go
Why
open.
did I say Friday?
Friday, tomorrow
thinking
is the
of
last
tomorrow.
day you
Yeah.
can make your
Yeah,
picks
yeah.
for this weekend's game.
Because
Nice.
remember, they're all the picks are straight up. It's none of this spread. You have to know stuff.
Yeah, you
And
don't
could
have to
just
know
be-
spreads.
You could just be
gotta,
lucky.
You just got to say, oh,
Time
look,
money line splits.
I think Frisco will beat
The
the,
best
Vikings.
splits.
And as a
Click.
result, there's going
Oh.
to be some people who get 10-0 every. Really?
Do we think someone's going to go 10-0 every week?
No.
No.
I turned in the games from earlier. John and I poured over the schedule together, looked at games. We sent in the games.
I love games.
There's some tough games next week to pick between. Very tough games.
What do you mean by that? Like
Well,
a bad
just-
schedule?
No.
or too
Tough
good?
as in the games are good, and so
the
yeah,
game
the
should be close.
the teams will also be good, and so it's like,
So
ugh,
is John finally going to be fired up for football next week?
probably not. Probably not. John doesn't
Imagine
get
not being fired
anymore.
up for tonight.
No, it has nothing.
I know.
It has nothing to do with fired up for football. It's just I have integrity.
I loved the
Good.
the
I'm glad.
graphic that Sky made for us yesterday, where it was nonchalant or possibly dispassionate for football Wednesdays on Sportsmanlike Conduct. Give it a retweet for those of you who'd like
Don't
to see it.
misconstrue my grades with whether or not I'm excited. It's about the quality of the overall product, the schedule.
But then when I say I'm excited, you yell at me. You
No, I
wait,
don't say you're excited. I say you have no integrity.
You're accusing Josh of faking his excitement
Yeah.
for football.
No,
I
I'm
just
not
told you that
accusing
I
him of
watched a
fake-
bull game and a basketball game. I love this stuff, John. This
you
is
do,
my happy place.
You do, but you know what, Josh?
What's that, John?
One day you might trip and fall on the trail, and you might need
Ouch.
a paramedic to come and reset your broken bones or
Yeah, a
whatever
pair of
whatever
medics.
injury. Would you like to have that paramedic? Because I've seen this argument made that fired up for football should just be on a pass-fail system. Would you want
Pass every week.
Would you want your paramedic to have pass-failed all of his classes or gotten good grades?
Well, it's like the Dolphins. They either pass the ball or they fail because Tyreek doesn't catch it.
I mean, if they pass, they passed, right?
Yeah, but that just means they met the bare minimum standard. Do you want to take that chance that your doctor, because we all know the strategy. We all know the strategy when we took the pass-fail classes in college. Oh, that's the class I'm probably not going to do well.
I did it for government.
Don't want to kill my GPA, so I'm just going to go pass-fail. We all know the strategy behind it.
Sure.
It's just like that old joke. What do you call a doctor who graduated last in his class? Doctor.
Oh, great point, Nick.
Yeah, but he's probably the kind that works at the really bad doctor's offices.
Mm.
The ones
You can't
that have
get a bad GPA if you're a doctor, though.
Yeah, there's like a floor.
Yeah, but there's still you're still
graduate. You're still a doctor.
Yeah, but
there's going to be other doctors that are better doctors than you.
Not really. All the doctors are really good. All the doctors.
I understand what Nick is saying. Technically, yes, there will be someone who is the worst in his class, but still, they're a doctor. They're still smarter than all of us.
And he's still got like above a 3.5. You know, it's not like he's a 2.0.
Oh man, that doctor's an idiot. He got 3.6.
Yeah,
there you go. See, it's the same thing with my grading scale. Just because I may have given it a D doesn't mean you can't watch. Okay. It's grading football against football.
Will you be
football
watching
against everything else?
Will you be watching though? You're always like, I had to wash my car. I had to go light something on fire. I never know what you're doing.
I don't go light something on fire.
My bad. I guess I misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah, John, what are you doing on Saturday? You gonna gas mow?
No. I just killed a whole poop ton of grass.
Because he lit it on fire.
No, I didn't light it on fire.
Oh, it's like the guy from the world's fastest Indian. Just going to put a bunch of gas on it.
I killed a lot of weeds.
Oh, nice.
Did you use
Because I'm getting ready to prepare for the idle week to go and do some replanting.
When's that? Is that after the Purdue game? Is that the first one?
Yeah, it sounds
No. It's after the next one, I think. Who do they play after Purdue?
Rutgers.
It's after Rutgers. Yeah. Husker Country says, Doctor here. Some of us just sit around all day and listen to sports talk radio. Hell yeah, Husker Country.
I trust that doctor with my life.
Thank you, Husker Country.
Thank you, doctor.
Save some lives.
He didn't say what he was a doctor of.
Dr. Husker Country.
He also adds, med school was A, B, C, D, F, like college.
Yeah.
I don't think they have pass-fail in doctors.
I understand, but that was my greater point was, I'm grading things based on
Dr. Country, did you graduate last in your class? Is that why you're watching sports talk?
Do you want to start doing fired up for basketball, and then I can pretend to be you in that?
Oh.
F.
Well, I know what you'll do.
Garbage.
I know it, exactly.
Imagine watching this. I'm grading it against.
I think John is saying that you're overly emotional. You know,
me?
Yeah.
He's the one who yells at me. He's
because you have no integrity. I'm looking out for you. I want you to have integrity.
Plenty of integrity.
Says he wears a Cowboys hat every day, and he says,
"Hey, I didn't say that I make good decisions."
We should definitely do. Can we do fired up for basketball on the crossover someday?
That would be funny.
Let's do that once a week. Maybe on Wednesdays during college basketball.
That'd be awesome. We'll get like 8 ranked versus ranked games. Duke, North Carolina. Josh would be F.
I'll do this. Let's do this.
There's no action on.
All right, when's the first fired up for basketball start? We have to set a date.
Do we want to do it?
Probably in January when the conference games are going on.
Works for me. First, do you want to do it early? Let's do it early. Let's do it when the season starts. Every Wednesday during college basketball season.
Really bad games.
Is this just going to be college basketball, or are you going to do college and pro like we do?
Oh yeah, I guess we can. Do we have to add the NBA?
No, we do not have to add the NBA.
You're going to have 50,000 games you're going to have to put on the schedule.
Yeah, John's slideshow will be 10 pages. Look at this. It's on Fox Sports Detroit.
On page 7.
Let's do this every Wednesday starting when the season starts in November.
Oh my God.
That sounds we don't need graphics, John. We can just do this.
No, I wasn't going to do graphics.
All right.
You just read them off of ESPN.
Hop on Canva, Nick.
Doing graphics as a one-off, like for the bit, would be funny.
We could do the graphics for
I'd
the
have
NCAA
to start
tournament.
now to be able to finish that one.
Uh-huh.
Well, we know the schedules now.
And we don't have all the schedules yet.
Well, we know the Big East one.
We do have the Big East schedule.
Let's just do fired up for Big East basketball.
Now we got to do the whole sport, Nick.
Doesn't start till December 18th or whatever. So that's a long time. We got to start in November.
It's a ways off.
Thank God. Enjoy this time of year while we can. It's so nice.
Oh, you mean like I was trying to enjoy my time of year while I could, and you said, no, hit the fast forward button.
I enjoyed the summer. John, I was reading still. It was a good time. I'm done with reading now.
Did you guys hear that summer is back today? Conference realignment is back.
Yeah, Nick sent that to us last night, and I didn't like it.
Josh gets triggered when other things dare to happen.
Happer is with me on this. It's football season. Actually. Yeah.
Now, I'm not as severe as Josh
right.
is.
But
guess what I don't want to talk about? NIL and realignment.
Interrupt my football.
I can't wait for Josh to just go from poll place to poll place on, that first Tuesday in November.
How dare you, election?
How dare you? There's action on!
How amazing
I'll go
is
in the
it,
morning,
though?
John. I'll be fine.
How amazing is it
What's
though,
up
that
with
we
this
got
volleyball game?
we got that news at like midnight?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Very Pac-12.
It's
of
very
them.
Pac-12.
That was a weird time for that news to come out. They might be a new Pac-12, but they still have the old Pac-12 sensibilities of
You don't have to say 12. It was the Pac-10 for like the majority of my life. Why is everyone doing this?
You
It's
just
so
wanna call it the
stupid.
What do you
Pac-
mean? What are you
What?
saying?
Why is it called the Pac-12? It's not the
why
Pac-12.
is it called the Big Ten?
No, but hey, at least the Big Ten has stuck with that forever. The Pac-12 is dumb because it was the Pac-10 like 10 years ago. They can do it based off of the number of teams. It's so stupid.
But we all adjusted to calling it the Pac-12.
So the Pac-12 has to change because they were willing to change before, but the
Oh.
Big Ten, who has almost double the amount of teams as 10, doesn't have to change their
everyone
stupid
already
moniker.
adjusted to calling it the Pac-12. Why can't we keep calling it the Pac-12?
What, Nick? What are you pointing at?
Odson remembered the question.
What is it?
Oh, well, now we're almost done.
It was about Josh and low-level realignment.
Low-level realignment.
I don't know what the rest of that means. That's just
Tapper, what does that mean?
Connor's still trying to figure out what it is.
I
Oh,
don't
here we
know.
go. He has texted us. What does Josh want to see in the realignment dominoes? Something like that was the topic.
No, it wasn't. That was not the topic.
Wow.
All right.
That was not topic alert. Was
All
it?
right. I don't know.
I don't know.
You think
I
we're going to
wasn't
get to
here.
do a topic alert from a casino again in March? Think they're
I
going to
hope so.
take us there again?
I
Well,
hope
not
so.
after you give every college basketball week an F.
Nah, I'll say I love it.
Nick has found his newfound love for old fashions, and he wants some for free.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I like old fashions. This is just the best one that I've ever had.
Old
last
fashions
night.
are great.
So
They
good.
have those in Vegas.
They do.
You should get on the horn with our guy. Tell him we'll give him more tweet deck.
We have another version of TweetDeck that you're
We'll
going to
give him
love.
tweet deck.
It's the even older version. It's
Look at
even
this
better.
one.
We have better tweet deck.
This is TweetDeck from 2008.
We'll come back.
Oh, man.
But then I'll be in Vegas for the tournament again. I don't know.
But then you get to go to White Castle again and say hi to your people that you respect.
That's the worst part of being there. And nobody wanted to be at White Castle.
You guys were there before I was. You wanted to be at White Castle.
I think Happer had to use the restroom. I think that's why we went to White Castle originally.
Yeah.
Happer had to go pee really bad.
I wanted to go with Creighton to Detroit. That's
Yeah.
where I wanted to go.
That was so funny. We're in Vegas, and you're like, I wish I was in Detroit.
Then I had to deal with that stinky guy with
You
the
say
Yankees
I'm
hat.
the sicko. He is the sicko.
I really love
He's the
postseason
ultimate
basketball.
sicko.
College basketball in the postseason.
I will say it was fun watching basketball next to Connor Happer.
It was
It
fun.
was fun.
When we weren't getting coughed on by that guy.
Yeah, the Yankees, red hat Yankees man.
gross.
Screw that guy. Every time I see
I
that,
hate that
the
guy
man
so
walk
much.
out and they get mad at the cable. What a moment. I wish I could go back in time just to see that moment again.
He has to just live there, right?
He was there. He was there
yeah.
every day we were there. So
He
God
sounds
brings me
like
up
the
to heaven.
Sounds like the kind of sad individual who spends a lot of time in casinos.
God brings me up to heaven and says, Josh, you can relive one moment in your whole life. I say, I want to see that guy at the casino again. It was so funny.
Followed closely by that night I watched basketball on New Year's Eve next to Bruce Rasmussen at a
Perfect.
Oh yeah, so I can go back and watch Duke, Texas A&M in a stupid bowl game.
Oh,
boy,
perfect.
Johnny Manziel, he made like 17 moves against that totally outmatched white kid
John,
from Duke.
I do think he had a good play. I do think he had
I'm
a good
sure
play.
he did.
Oh, man.
There is something, God, put me in one moment. but
2013
make it a
Chick-fil-A Bowl.
mundane moment.
It was
you know?
52 to
Oh my-
48. Texas A&M
Oh my
52
God, it was a
48.
Chick-fil-A bowl.
Dude, Duke was up 38 to 17 at the half, and you want to disrespect me for this? 8.69
You don't remember
million
that night
viewers
from
watching.
having
Nice.
great seats at a Creighton basketball, an epic Creighton basketball
Yeah,
game.
they were great seats. I watched it during the commercial break. It was very normal of me.
The Big East, the very first Big East game, historic.
I watched it.
Historic.
I remember.
He remembers it all.
But
I
you
do.
remember a lot of the Texas A&M Duke game too.
It was a good game.
How many do you remember more details from the game or the basketball game?
Basketball game. I
Yeah.
honestly don't really remember. The thing I remember about the football game is watching it with Ras. I don't remember any plays. I remember the basketball game. I remember Marquette coming onto the floor and thinking, oh my gosh, their players are huge.
Well,
They're going to win by a
welcome to
lot.
the Big East.
And then
Creighton.
Doug was like, three,
Yep.
three,
Pew, pew,
two
pew.
hot threes
Pretty
over
cool
and
they had
over
Doug that year.
and
Yeah.
over.
Pretty cool.
All right.
Wow.
Okay,
Well, that was a crossover.
it was.
That was fun.
Maybe it was good.
Oh.
Was it good?
How good was it?
I don't like proclaiming it
All right.
because you guys never seem sure.
All right. Well, I guess that is over then.
We have raised our standards.
Yeah, we have.
Mhm.
Kind of like my grading system. Standards. If we did every Happy New Year by Josh's grading standards, every day would be a Happy
That's
New
not
we
true.
used to be on Josh's curve. Now we're on John's.
That's
I gave it
right.
a B minus. That's not that great of a grade. It's a B
Yeah,
minus.
you only raised it because you
we
knew
talked
I
through.
lowballed
No,
it.
because we talked through the games, and I was like, "Wow, this weekend's way better
Wow,
than I
talk
thought."
through the games.
It's a football.
Oh my
game.
God! Did you know the backyard brawl that I'm not going to watch is
Yeah,
on?
John didn't
This
have the
is great.
backyard brawl on the graphic. Come on, John. Backyard brawl. Let's go.
Once we passed El Asico, it just all other rivalries just seemed to kind of
They're worse.
yeah.
Sad.
And this was a good El Asico.
It was. It went down to the wire.
Dumb El Asico.
I thought you're an Iowa State fan though too.
I like Iowa, but I
Go
like Iowa a
Clones.
little more.
Okay.
All right. With that said,
Yep.
we will say
Bye, Happer.
goodbye to
Bye-bye.
Connor, and well, yeah, this will be the last time we're in studio all together because tomorrow
Oh yeah.
we'll
See you
be
later.
at Roncalli. Josh will be off to
Minnesota.
My God.
Josh is screwing up our show again by not being here.
Yeah, Nick was so confident that he could handle double mix minus, and earlier today he sent us like 800 DMs about
Well, it's
it.
because I thought about it and realized I didn't actually do it before.
I tried to tell you.
But then the person you told me to tell also didn't remember how to do
Well,
it.
he hasn't been the producer here
So
for
you
like
guys
8
will be eating
years.
fried food, and Josh will be not eating fried
no, but I'm sure that
With his
there's
camera
a,
that moves
but
around.
there's a Jersey Mike's nearby.
There's a Raising Cane's. Maybe I'll go get some
There
Raising
you go.
Cane's.
Get some Raising Cane's.
Eat some
Stuff
chicken
looks
Some
strips.
more
Yes.
great local fare from Minnesota.
Exactly.
I bet the Raising Cane's in Minnesota it's probably just walleye.
You think so?
Oh, ew.
They actually serve walleye at the football games, don't they?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I should
Oh,
go
you haven't
walk
done.
around.
Oh, you need to check.
Yeah, usually just
'Cause
food.
hang
They
out
have
in
really
the
good
restaurant.
cheese curds there.
I believe they
At the
serve
games?
fried walleye
At
at
Minnesota
the
games.
Minnesota Gopher games.
Huh.
That might sound good. I might do that. That sounds fun.
Walleye?
No, the cheese curds.
Oh, the cheese.
Yeah,
They're
let's
good.
go. Let's go to break.
Can't confirm. Bye.
16-20 zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Thursday, and we've got Matt Rule got a little defensive today.
Defensive.
What is he, me?
What?
We'll play it,
You'll
Nick.
find
Thank
out.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum, everyone. John, Josh, and Nick. Last time in studio before tomorrow. It's a good reminder. We'll be at Omaha Roncalli tomorrow.
Yeah.
Best concession stand around.
Oh, what are you saying yeah about? You won't be there.
I'm excited for my friends, Nick. You don't want me to be excited for you? You can take out with Michael. That'll be fun.
I like hanging out with Michael. He's nice. He's mean to me because he cares.
Is that why?
Yes.
I don't think so.
But yes, tomorrow we'll be at Omaha Roncalli. It's their big opener on their brand new turf.
Oh, that's so cool.
And they wanted to have us there. And of course, the
The
food
sporting
there
looks
is
nice.
top
Yeah?
notch.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what special treats they'll have for you tomorrow.
I don't know,
Tips
but
and tricks.
Tips
it-
and tricks.
it'll be fasting day for that one. You know, make sure you get there and you have plenty of room for whatever it is
Oh,
they're going
yeah.
to feed us with
Oh, yeah.
there at 65th and Sorensen Parkway. But that'll be tomorrow.
And if you can't make it tomorrow, don't worry. We'll be back there again next month as
And
well.
they also have other home games. You don't necessarily have to
That's
just
true.
go when we're there.
That's true.
And actually, when we're there, there's no game going on.
That's also true.
Mhm.
So,
That's true.
but yes, that'll be tomorrow. But today is Thursday.
It is
And
Thursday.
today begins a brand new week of football games. Well, football game.
That's there's games tonight.
Yeah, game. The Bills and the Dolphins.
No, I said games though. There's other games. There's what, 2 other games tonight on the old tube? Arizona State, Texas State, Northwestern State at South Alabama. Alabama.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
It does sound exciting. I agree. Arizona State, Texas State's awesome. 6:30 on ESPN. Thank you very much. That'll be on one of my televisions.
As you're listening to a podcast and reading a book.
No, I'll be hanging out with my wife. We'll be listening to Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, 2 men who have great chemistry together and obviously love working with each other. Love working with each other. Love it.
Grum Down brought to you by the Roofery's John Higgins Weather Guard. Rural Audio Thursday, a change in tune, and UNI is B1G.
Wow, I didn't realize that kind of conference realignment happened today.
Go
No.
Panthers.
Yeah. Josh, good news. The Blue Jay Hoops schedule is here.
We just talked about it in the crossover. Sadly, not the women's game.
It'll be coming.
Yep.
It'll be coming. Robin Washut with his usual Thursday visit from HuskerOnline.com. Todd Furman's going to join us, and the line moves. In fact,
I was going to say, what's the latest one,
why don't you
John?
double check on that?
I'm going to go look at it right now.
Because the line on this Nebraska-Northern Iowa game has been bouncing around like a ping pong ball.
It's the same number that you tweeted out last, 32.5 points.
Okay, so it has settled for the moment.
Yes.
But
yeah, but what the hell's going on with this,
First
Todd?
3 days this week is just burp, 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 burp. So we'll talk
Uh-huh.
to Todd about that and some
Mhm.
other games this week as you're looking to maybe make an investment or 2 or 3. We're bringing back the Need to Get to 6 game today.
Oh, and we have great prizes.
We have the Vallis Pumpkin Patch tickets.
Nick, how many prizes are we giving away? It's 4 pair. Is that right?
5.
5 pair?
5
My
pair?
God.
Holy cow.
My God.
Or should I say
5.
5 pumpkin?
5 pair. Now that'll be coming up at 3:50 this afternoon.
Wow. Very fun. Very exciting.
3:50 this afternoon. We know how popular the Vallis is.
Yes.
We know how popular it is, so just be prepared
Yes.
to join us for the Need to Get to 6 game. And for those of you who've never experienced the Need to Get to 6 game, well,
You're in for a real treat.
yeah, you're in for a treat. Where are the warning signs for Big Red? We will discuss during the happy hour today.
Perfect.
The warning sign.
Okay.
I've been waiting all day for awkward Al and Kirk.
Hey, we were just talking about it. They're going to work great together.
That's what they should do. And, they have the cool little theme music, but they really should have, their own Carrie Underwood or find someone to say, I've been waiting all week for
Alan Kirk.
awkwardness.
Oh, that works too.
Al and Kirk always looking to diss.
It'll be awkward tonight.
Kirk will say something that makes Al feel old, and then Al will take a crack at Kirk's something. I don't know. If I work on this, I can.
Dog that's gold.
Dog that's gold. Yeah, that's true, because he does like.
People
Now, does he
forget.
bring the dog?
Oh yeah, the dog's
Does
up in the
Al
booth.
allow the dog in the booth?
Well, I think he has to. It's his what's the dog called? It's a
Is it an actual
mascot?
emotional support dog?
it's an actual emotional
Emotional
support dog. He has it registered.
He never used to have that, though.
I think it's a recent thing because of all the travel that he does.
Huh.
Yep.
Well, good for him.
I'm surprised Al would allow the dog in the booth. Al's like
Old.
buttoned down, and it's like, we don't need dogs in here. Deerdorf.
Maybe that's why they hate-
Deerdorf tried to bring a dog in here once, and I told him, get that thing out of here.
And then he didn't, so I turned it into Old Yeller.
Oh, jeez.
That's what Al said, Nick. That's what Al said.
Shiloh's last words.
Ooh, this is making the rounds.
And will throwing the bones get canceled?
What?
Careful.
That has to go behind your head.
I don't
Careful.
care. Jack can give me all these dumb little. It has to be above your head. It has to be behind your head. It has to have a 90-degree angle in front of your
This
eyeballs.
has nothing to do with Jack and his rules for throwing the bones.
Okay.
This has gone international.
A 90-degree angle in front of your eyeballs would be this.
It's gone international. But
Okay.
that's your Grum Down, presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620. That's the 42 degrees the source by your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
Your mom's house, let's buy it.
You can also hit us up at JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Also, you can follow us at 1620 The Zone. There are other stuff over there too.
Sure.
Tweets, tips, and tricks.
Sure.
Videos sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Or they can email the Grum. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring.
Did that mention Ed Holm, who's joining us in 5 as well?
Yep, Ed Home is here today.
Oh, looks
Oh.
like John didn't realize
Holy
Eric.
crap! I did not
We're
know
talking
that.
football, John.
Guess it's good that I've said that on the
I'm
air.
glad you did, because I'd forgotten he was on here.
Eric
We must have-
Edholm's just
what,
about
we-
to join
we
us.
scheduled that, what, 2 weeks ago or something?
It was a while ago.
I think
Nick-
it was last week.
Yeah, I think it was Friday.
Wow.
I think we learned about it when I was in Minnesota.
Mm.
This is where I'll be tomorrow. By the way,
Well, I'm glad you said something.
yeah. So Eric Edholm will join us in a few minutes. Joel, thank you to Joel for sending us this. Jimmy Traina of SI.com. He asked Al Michaels about Kirk's dog.
Oh,
So here's his answer.
okay.
You know what? I'm not an animal person. Kirk brought him last year, and all of a sudden I found myself in love with that dog. He's a golden retriever. He's beautifully behaved. Kirk is able to bring him around. He doesn't even have him on a leash. I find him to be hysterical. One time, Kirk and I were at a hotel. We're walking out of an elevator, and the dog is walking with us, and the dog is leading the way around like 4 turns. It looked like a Grand Prix course to get to Kirk's room, and he knew exactly where it was. The dog is smart. I've never had a pet in my life or a vegetable, but I'll have a pet before I have a vegetable. People say that you and I and everyone at the Zone is weird, and then there is Al Michaels. That guy's a weirdo.
Eat a vegetable. You're an
See,
adult.
I don't believe him. I don't believe him that he's never had a vegetable. When you're a child, your parents make you try a vegetable.
course.
He has had a carrot before. He has
or
had
peas or beans.
a single piece of broccoli. A green bean.
Yeah.
He's never had one green bean. I don't believe him. Kirk, Al, I don't believe you. I'm calling you a liar. Come on the Grum and refute me. And preview Thursday Night Football with us. We'd love to have you on.
Well, I guess we can preview some of Thursday Night Football, but then the weekend that's also coming.
You're
up.
pumped. Let's do this.
Well, I'm I am pumped. I love.
You know what's nice,
I
John?
love Ed Helm. He's the best.
During football season, you know what's nice is you're always kind of doing prep for football because you watch. Well, some of us watch football, and so it's like doing prep.
I do watch football. I just have standards.
Interesting.
Unlike you, who whores yourself out.
You watch Creighton play McKendree. You can't talk to me about standards.
That's my job.
Yeah, well, you still watch it. You'd watch it even if you weren't getting paid.
So?
Yeah, well, then you don't have standards either. We're the standardless boys.
Yeah, but there's an interest there.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Texas State and Arizona State, there's an interest there.
Yeah. Sure.
There is.
Eric Edholm will join us next from NFL.com right here on 1620 The Zone.
With Equitable Bank. It gets underway tonight, and of course, you will be able to hear the Bills-Dolphins, courtesy of the Westwood One radio network, tonight here on 1620 The Zone as it kicks off week 2 of the NFL season. And joining us are Good longtime friend from NFL.com, Eric Edholm, joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Eric, good afternoon.
Fellas, what's happening? How are you?
Good.
Not bad. I made the comment earlier this week that, and this was probably mainly about the Sunday games because the primetime games, for the most part, were interesting. But it almost felt like when you saw some of the offensive numbers where they were and just some of the quality of play at times, it almost felt like last week was an extension of the preseason. How did you see last week overall?
Yeah, it was really interesting. Like, you're right. Passing numbers were down. Tight ends didn't do any damage. I mean, it was more of a running back week, sort of, if we just look at how the ball was distributed. Not to say there weren't, teams that had success throwing it, but it was strange. There were also a lot of penalties too. I'd have to, just sort of the games that I was focusing on last week. It felt like there were 70 or 80 yards worth of offense taken off the board by penalties in each of them. So, there were a couple games where the alignment issues were, guys were in illegal formation and the refs were calling it really tight. I know that coaches have said in the past that they want officials to be consistent how they call it, call it in the preseason the same way you're going to call it in the regular season. That doesn't always happen, especially if we have new rules. But in this case, it just sort of feels like, look, maybe it's a 1 week thing, or maybe it's an indication that this is going to be a season where, the fireworks offenses that we've gotten to know aren't quite what we're going to get.
Question for the group at large. We remember back a week ago on Thursday, the Ravens got hit by a rash of illegal alignment penalties because the guards were off. I did not notice any more of those in any of the other games I watched.
I
else?
didn't recall seeing any either, Eric.
Yeah, there were a few. I'm trying to remember what game it was. Maybe it was Raiders, Chargers. I think there were a couple, but you're right. That was the game. It's always going to have some variance crew to crew. And it's sort of the job of the coaches. I know John Harbaugh wasn't thrilled with it, and you could see his exasperation on a couple of those. And basically, I think what he was imploring was like, hey, you got to call it for both teams here. And I think they got Kansas City on a couple, but still, I mean, just – yeah, this is. I even heard some college coaches talking about illegal formations this week, and it was funny. I don't know if it's certain crews are kind of focusing on that or what, but obviously this is it definitely stood out in the one game over many others.
Hey, Eric, last game of week 1, 49ers beat the Jets. The premise about the Jets since Aaron Rodgers arrived was like, hey, we only need average quarterback play because the roster around him is going to be good enough that as long as it's not Zach Wilson out there, Jets can compete for the playoffs, if not more. One of my takeaways from that game was like, did we overrate the roster? I wonder what you thought seeing that game, obviously given that they're going up against a really good team.
Yeah, a really good team, absolutely, in their stadium, but no Christian McCaffrey in the backup, has as big a night as you could have expected from McCaffrey. So I put it squarely on the Jets defense first. Now, it's not to say that, Rodgers and the offense were perfect. Those, first two drives were quick and empty, right? They happened so fast, they barely got a chance to even kind of get their feet wet. That third drive looked great. There were moments in the second half where you could see the seeds of what this offense might be, but they were really only snapshots. I think I still put more blame on the defense, but Breece Hall's got to play better. Garrett Wilson and Rodgers had a miscommunication that led to an incomplete pass. Mike Williams played 9 snaps, I want to say. The offensive line was I still don't think they've had enough reps together collectively to get that cohesion going. I don't think it was bad, but they'll get better. So are we overrating their talent? Maybe. But that would also, I think a big part of it was like, if you look back at last year, they probably played 11 or 12 really good defensive games, and the other 5 or 6 were kind of stinkers. I mean, like, they didn't always dominate on that side of the ball, even if the end of season rankings suggest, okay, this is one of the, 8 or 10 best defenses in the league, possible top 5 potential, but I didn't see much of that. You can't give up 8 straight scoring drives even to the best offenses.
Eric Edholm joining us from NFL.com. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of attention paid to those rookie quarterbacks who are going to be playing. Unfortunately, J.J. McCarthy, we know, will not.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting week, too, for a lot of them, because especially for Caleb Williams, I mean, certainly the number one overall pick, but just how pedestrian it looked last week. And now he goes to the big stage this week, Sunday Night Football, against the darling of last year, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I have to wonder how he is going to respond and how the Bears are going to respond.
I think it's pretty tough timing for this game. I think I even wrote this up when the schedules were announced. I said, look, people are going to expect Williams to be at that Stroud-like level as a rookie because of the hype and the expectations and the fact that he was considered the best prospect to come out in at least a few years and maybe beyond that. So, what Stroud did last year, I think most people realize is closer to the exception than the rule for rookie quarterbacks, but it was special. And it does show that these players, a handful of them anyway, are capable of that. Last week wasn't pretty. I think anyone who saw the game noticed that there was just especially when he tried to go vertical, it just wasn't happening. Keenan Allen did drop a touchdown pass, so the numbers could have been better. There were other miscommunications, hard to know who to put the blame on, but I've sort of said, look, I think we need to give him the same kind of leeway that we gave Jordan Love last year. Different situation. Obviously, Jordan's been there for a while, but, November 1st, Brian Gutekunst had a press conference saying, we're still trying to figure out if Jordan's our guy. 8 weeks later, he's got him in the playoffs and completely different story at that point. But the first half of the season did not go very well for Jordan Love. The interceptions, the low completion percentage, key mistakes in crucial times, those sorts of things. I think we have to exercise some patience with Caleb. He's going to have some moments where he looks great, and he's going to have some games that look a lot like it did Sunday against the Titans. So, maybe Houston's defense isn't quite stout enough, and they can get something going, but you're also, trading drives with Stroud and that explosive offense, even against the Bears defense, which looked great in week one.
Hey, Eric, speaking of leeway, how much leeway needs to be given to Cincinnati? I continue to just be baffled that in the Zach Taylor, Joe Burrow era, that they continually get off to weird starts. And I want to say he was hurt, but Joe Burrow's always kind of banged up at this time of year. What did you see from them? Because I would say in the last 4 years, this is the worst of the week one losses, given who it was against. And now, of course, they got the matchup with the Chiefs coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, terrible time. You look at the schedule, I should pay more attention to the week 2 games, because if you do start 0-1, it puts immense pressure on you. And, especially if you lose, they were probably everybody's knockout picks last week. I'm sure half those folks are looking for new games to get involved in, right?
Yep.
Unbelievable how a 16-10 game could feel as dominant as it was for New England.
Yeah.
The scoreboard didn't necessarily reflect how they were playing up front. And, that's a big problem for the Bengals. Burrow was, repeatedly kind of rubbing the wrist and it seemed uncomfortable. We know Chase wasn't at full strength. No T. Higgins. Still figuring that run game out a little bit. There's some stuff that has to come together. The offensive line's got some new pieces. But, yeah, I mean, I'm certainly worried. I love that, your boy Cam Taylor-Britt isn't, unabashed in his criticism of Xavier Worthy, and they still have that edge about them.
Mm-hmm.
Burrow's always going to kind of keep them, at sort of peak wattage when they go into these games. But, he's got to play better. They've got to, reverse this trend quickly. Didn't play well in the first couple weeks last year. Can't have this keep him down. But, man, 2 years ago, he had an awful game against the Steelers, and Bengals ended up in the AFC Championship game. So I'm not writing them off yet. I probably have them way higher in my power rankings than other people do, and I'm fine with the criticism for now. If they stink it up this week and can't be competitive with a team they played pretty well against in the Chiefs, then, I'll drop them. Don't worry.
Eric Edholm joining us from NFL.com. No team got beat up as badly injury-wise in week 1 than the Rams did, losing Noteboom and Avila, and then, of course, Puka Nacua going down. All 3 are on injured reserve, and I know Matthew Stafford tried to downplay it at least a little bit, but given the toughness of the early part of the Rams schedule, these injuries could be the type that kind of possibly send this season where it was 2 years ago.
Right, and you have obviously they have one more game they have to kind of sweat out until Jimmy Garoppolo's suspension ends. I mean, there was Stetson Bennett is Stafford's backup. And
Right.
look, we all watched this Stafford, guttily through those balls and getting hit and, doing everything he could to drag his team down the field there. And it was remarkable, but is it sustainable? Like if they have to have, obviously these guys were kind of thrown into the fire, but if they're playing with their third and fourth string tackles for at least a few weeks here, how's that going to look? How does that change the dynamic of the offense? Do they have to get Blake Corum going and add him and Kyron Williams to a rushing attack? Or is there some other, the screen game or some other ways to kind of mask their issues up front? Nakua obviously is a big one. We know what he did last year. You'd love to see he and Cooper Kupp be on the field at the same time for an entire season or extended period anyway, just to see what the peak of this offense is. But they did get some big performances out of, DeMarcus Robertson and Tyler Johnson and even Colby Parkinson a little bit. So, they collect these offensive weapons and they do seem to know how to use them pretty well. Jordan Whittington maybe gets a role at some point, but if you can't block, that's going to be a real issue. And missing Nakua obviously takes a huge bite out of the big play potential.
Eric, I'm curious as to what you think about the potential for more of these international games in a non-traditional footprint. Like I know that there was a lot of discourse last week. It started a lot by the players themselves, right, about going to Brazil and everything that happened. But then the number comes in and a Friday night game gets over 14 million viewers. We know the rules now do not allow for Friday night games, in America at least, to tomorrow moving forward throughout the early part of December. But I wonder if you think, given how many people watched, if the NFL might say, can we do this in Mexico now in week 1 and try to continue to make that whole weekend, Thursday to Monday, bigger than it's ever been?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if the ratings are there, they'll find a way, right? And I don't, like people kind of roll their eyes and stuff, but the Friday game worked out well. I think the field conditions were a little bit of a concern. You saw some guys flipping around. Those are always going to be issues. I believe it was an issue the last time they were in Mexico, or one of the more recent times they were there. I can't remember if it was like a Cardinals game, and then there was the Patriots game too, where I think both teams were a little less than impressed. So, again, it's like those little things are not to be glossed over. They're big things. So the player safety has to be up at near the top of the priority here. But at the end of the day, the NFL is not slowing down its international growth. It'll always look for opportunities to dot the calendar with more of its footprint and find ways to expand the game. The Germany stuff was a success last year. That was considered a ripe territory for a long time. They finally got their foothold there. I think other countries will join. Maybe we'll see an Australia game at some point. I don't know, but yeah, I think in the next 5-10 years, you're going to see it grow even more. Do the players love it? Depends. Obviously when you go to Brazil, you're not changing time zones very much. So that's a nice little benefit there in some regards. But, there was political unrest. There was the whole Twitter stuff going on down there. Safety off the field is also something that has to be carefully controlled.
Hey, outside of field and obviously the Love injury late, what did you think of the Packers, given a lot of the Super Bowl buzz that they had in the preseason?
Yeah, I mean, prior to Jordan getting hurt with 5 seconds left in that game, obviously it was a little bit of a disappointing result. And, you got to get more from Josh Jacobs. And, that defense has to take another step forward. And we're still kind of waiting for them to get better. It was Jeff Hafley's first game as coordinator. Remember, he's been in college football the last few years. Yes, he's got NFL roots, but he's still kind of figuring things out too, and what he can use readily and what he can get away with. And, I thought he might have an advantage defending a guy like Hurts, but it didn't really come out to play that way. Now, even though they're not ruling out Love for Sunday, I think we all kind of know, it's going to be tough, right? I mean, getting him to play this week would be, well ahead of schedule. Maybe comes back in 2 or 3 weeks, whatever. What can you get out of, Willis at this point? A guy who arrived at the trade deadline, wasn't getting a ton of reps. I mean, he did play a fair amount in the preseason, but, just not in this offense, not building chemistry with those receivers. And that's, arguably outside of Love, the strength of that team is its wide receivers. They're deep. They're diverse. They've got a great group there. and you have to be able to get them the ball. So this Colts game is fascinating because it's not a dominant team by any means, but it's a team that had some firepower in week one. Can they go up to Green Bay? They're favorited. You don't see the Packers as underdogs at home very often. There's a reason, but I think internally they feel like they can win this game as long as they kind of have a smart plan for Willis and get better defensively.
Eric at home, NFL.com. Eric, thanks a lot for catching up with us. Enjoy week 2.
All right, you guys too. Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you, Eric.
Eric at home joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Tonight's game, the question's going to be, who do the Dolphins have at running back? Because Mostert will be out. Achane is apparently going to give it a go in work in pregame, see what happens.
Yeah.
But, earlier this week, he was listed as questionable. So that will be an interesting test. And, this is a night game. So the idea of the Bills melting under the South Florida sun won't be as pronounced, you would think. But
it looks like it'll be in the mid-80s.
Yeah, but
tonight.
that said, I mean, Miami has played well at home against Buffalo, and it's an important early game. I mean, for these two teams to play early, this is a good opener for Amazon Prime because they get a great division rivalry and arguably, well, in my estimation, easily the two best teams in this division.
Yeah, they've had some really fun games over the last couple of years since the Dolphins made a change at head coach. Of course, there was the memorable game 2 years ago where Ken Dorsey, who was the OC at the time, got really mad. Remember, he slammed
that was fun.
Tablet down over and over and over. Last year, the division goes down to the wire in Week 18. Very much looking forward to this one because both teams left something to be desired in Week 1, right? Like both teams. I mean, Nick's talked about it a lot. Tyreek this week. The Bills were trailing the Cardinals, throughout pretty much the entire game. So should be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it.
And that'll be tonight, and you'll be able to hear it here on 1620 The Zone if you're not in front of your Amazon Prime TV. Another reminder that you've got about a day left, day and a half left to get your picks in for this week's $25,000 4-quarter pick'em.
Get them in.
Yeah.
Free to enter.
It's free
Get
to
your
enter.
picks in.
It's free
No
to enter.
point spreads.
And every week, we will guarantee a $2,500 winner.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's very cool.
And then
Well, you
don't
sound
forget
excited, Nick.
to
It's very cool.
subscribe.
Thank you.
Don't forget to subscribe to 1620 the email,
Why, John?
because 1620 the email recipients get access to those games first.
Yeah.
So in other words, on Monday, next week's games will come out for them, whereas the rest of you will be able to see the games on the website starting on Tuesday. And the reason that's important is because in case of a tie,
Not a bolo tie.
the earliest entry received among those tied participants will be deemed the winner of the $2,500. So
wow.
be an email subscriber today at 1620thezone.com. And if you haven't subscribed and haven't made your picks yet, when you make your picks, there is a link there where you can just click and say, I want to be a member of 1620 email.
There you go.
And then you make your picks, and then you're done. And then good luck.
And then good luck, Godspeed. And we're all counting on you.
We are all counting on you. Well, coming up next, Matt Rule.
Matt Rule.
Well, I'll find out what you think.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
It sounded to me like he was a little defensive today. A little defensive.
You don't want a defensive coach. Unless he's a defensive coordinator, then you do want a defensive coach.
That's Tony White's job, not Matt Rule's.
And we will talk with Robin Washut, and still to come, the need to get to 6 game for your chance to win Vallis Pumpkin Patch passes from 1620 The Zone.
you get coached, the more we have to then coach.
The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man.
We're going to absolutely murder you. I just think grass is better. Our kids, they're on an iPad nowadays. They're on their phone. They're doing something, and there's just not a lot of frustration in their everyday lives. It's 4th and goal every single day in our building. A lot of times coaches will say, like, hey, we're going to keep it vanilla. We're not doing that. It's painful right now. It's painful. It's painful.
If we die, we die.
All right, Matt Rule with his final address to the masses before kickoff on Saturday. Again, 6:30 kick, and we've got Big Red Overreaction right after the game here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, 1019 The Keg. You know all the places to find it. Josh.
John?
Buckle up.
Nick, I'm ready.
Prepare to be triggered.
Me? Triggered?
This was Matt Rule today.
But I think it's been our best week of preparation of all 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah. When I heard that earlier, I was like, hello, I know that quote.
But
that's why I'm putting all my money on Northern Iowa.
All 3 weeks. I think it's for a couple reasons. Number one, you have tangible things through 2 games now to look at and say, okay, I need to fix this. Before that, you're just kind of like waiting to see what's not broken or what's best or and then you have a bunch of players, on the scout team saying like, hey, hey, they just moved up Kenneth Williams to do something, or they just moved this guy up. Hey, maybe if I keep doing something, maybe I'll have a chance. So I think you see some of those guys watching other guys get attention and watching other guys get opportunities, and so they're practicing at a really high level. And then you think you have a couple difference-making players. You have Jalen Gramstad running the offensive look team. He's just a baller, so it helps. But I want to make sure I make the point. A great week of practice does nothing for you in the game other than give you an opportunity. So you have to go play.
Now that's what I like to hear. That to circle back and say,
goalposts. Scott Frost is like, you killed me for that.
Yeah, well, Scott
5
Frost,
years.
you said it every single week, and you always lost.
Yeah.
You always lost, and you said it every single week.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Here is Matt Rule on scheduling a team like UNI and his trepidation of playing programs like UNI.
And so now I know playing Northern Iowa, they're ranked. They know how to win. They know their heart rate doesn't go up. They don't expect something bad to happen. They don't say, here we go again. They don't, it's really the main thing that I've tried to do since being here to this place is eliminate all the negative structure around, hey, we're going to lose. What's going to go wrong? This is wrong. That's wrong. This is wrong. That's why it's just incessant losing. And it's cultural. It's not a player. It's cultural. And so Northern Iowa has winning. And so that's what's really scary about them. They know how to win. They expect to win. They've come to places like this before. The atmosphere that we felt walking into that stadium last week was something that it's hard to recreate. A team that, kind of said what they said about you the year before, a team that you watch on TV all the time, a matchup, the whole nation's watching. That's the same feeling Northern Iowa will have this week. And so really this game to me comes down to our players' love for each other, their competition for each other, their desire to, trust their technique and training. So it's a scary game in that regard.
There's a lot in that one.
Yes, there was.
By itself, because he went on a couple of different paths there. Obviously, it's you're playing a program that knows how to win, and Northern Iowa has had great tradition.
But recently
it's been down for them, but overall.
But that's like playing Nebraska in the last few years and saying this is a team that has great winning tradition. It's like, yeah, sure, but they've basically been a 500 program since COVID. They've had 500 seasons in years leading up to that as well. So they went 10-5 in 2019, but otherwise it is a lot of seasons that are 3-4, 5-6, 6-5, 7-5.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying they're not the same program that they were for many, many years.
And here is the style of play that Matt Rule expects from Northern Iowa, and he compares them. Well, give it a listen.
What's good about this game for us in terms of our development is that Northern Iowa plays quarters, so it's the first true quarters team that we're seeing. We've seen it a little bit in camp. And again, part of my job is to say, hey, defense, I want you to play some more quarters because I know we have to get better at attacking quarters because we see it. Like we saw Man-Free and Bear last year, then all of a sudden we're playing quarters teams and we're having to, go back to the route concepts from scout periods is kind of hard. So, but seeing 12 personnel this week, seeing a big running back this week, seeing a big, powerful O-line this week, seeing quarters covered, seeing a lot of zone pressure. This is a Big Ten team. Northern Iowa is a Big Ten team that happens to be playing at the FCS level.
And we've talked about it this week, how this game will be a different look for Nebraska than they have seen in their first 2 games.
Yes.
And
be a nice little mini preview.
It
of next
should
week, right?
help at least a little bit because while, yes, Illinois is a better football team, in terms of how they like to attack, how they will try to attack, there's a little more similarity with the Northern Iowa style than there was certainly with Colorado or UTEP.
Mm-hmm.
Not entirely, but at least, you're getting that type of a mentality. Now, here's where I found, and this was actually, all of those cuts happened later in the press conference, but at the beginning, a lot of the focus was on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
And so here was Matt Rule asked about the special teams, because this followed the soundbite we played at the beginning about how this was a really good week of practice. And then the follow-up was, well, but what about special teams? Because remember, on Monday, Matt Rule said special teams was the worst he's seen. He was not happy at all.
No, he was not. And he did not mince any words about it on Monday.
He did not mince any words. Well, here is today.
It's been about like it's been every week in practice. The issue hasn't been in practice. I think sometimes I say things and sometimes you guys maybe hear something else, and it's probably my fault for communicating poorly. And like when I said about Dylan, I was lauding Dylan. I wasn't saying these other guys. And then, guys are saying to me like, "Oh, coach, kind of called us out." No, he's rare. He's rare. The standard in this program is so much higher than the guys in most places. And a lot of guys who transferred in are like trying to get used to it. So everyone in this program does things at a really high level. Just a couple people are just difference makers. And I've talked about Jamal Banks and what he's done coming in. Dylan's like that. The special teams has been a lot like it's been in previous weeks. They've got to go do it in a game now. They've got to go do it at a really high level. Like we have a standard on field goal block. We blocked one. I told them on the first meeting, I think that was on the show last night, like, I expect you to block one. It's a low kicker. But we have to have the same standard on field goal. So we'll see. We'll have to see in the games. Like we're at a point now as a team where we prepare our tail off, and then the games tell us the truth about where we are.
So it's interesting, much like the previous clip that we played, or maybe it was the 1-2 before that. It starts one way, and then kind of drifts off into something else in the middle, and then it goes back to
the subject at hand.
Yeah, and so like the initial answer is it's about special teams, and then he uses that to get into the conversation that, guilty as charged, right? We all talked about what he said about Dylan,
of course,
and what directions we went in off of that, and then he eventually circled back into the special teams. Let me ask you this: do you think that he is surprised at the? I want to just focus on the Dylan of it all. Is he surprised at the way in which we took that? Is that why he is correcting, for lack of a better term, the way in which we took it?
I would guess so, but I was under the assumption that what he said about Dylan Raiola on Monday about, everyone needs to lift their standards to meet his, was something that had already been communicated to the player. So if anyone was coming back to him after Monday and saying, whoa, this surprises me, I was under the assumption, and I think I'm still correct in saying
that he said that stuff behind the scenes.
He was saying those things behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So, and I thought Dylan did a great job yesterday, and we played the audio yesterday by saying, yeah, the standard, it's fine, but it's not to be celebrated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I don't know. I don't, and I'm not sure exactly specifically what Rule is referring to in terms of it being taken wrong. I don't think we took it wrong.
No.
I took it literally for what it meant was, hey, this dude's playing at this level, and guys, we got to make sure everybody on this side of the ball is playing to this level. Mm-hmm. Just like we have the defensive standard, we need to make sure we get, because it's all about moving from winning football to championship football.
Did you notice, though, the way in which he said it, it's not they're playing below the regular standard. He's saying Dylan is higher, and so they need to reach him, which I think is
the winning football to the championship.
I think that is a great way to spin it. And when I say that, I don't mean it with a negative connotation, but I think that is a really good way to spin it, because it's not, hey, they're falling lower than. No, it's he is rising above. Can you also rise above? If they're falling lower than, that's saying he is at the table. He is right here in the middle, and they're going below. They're not saying that. He's saying, no, he's actually up here. So you are at the table, go up with him. And I think that that's a nice way to say it. So it's, again, it's not a negative implication. It's a positive one on Dylan Raiola, not a negative one on the rest of the roster.
Here's more on the special teams.
You have an idea of why that's not translating, I guess, from practice to
and
Brunsey.
That's Brunsey, but he's saying any.
Why is the special teams? Why are you performing well in practice, but it's not showing up in the games?
Correct.
You have an idea of why that's not translating, I guess, from practice to.
I think you guys are making too much of it. Honestly, it's not that it's not translating. There's a lot of great things. There's a couple guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just. I guess it's the beast of being at Nebraska. Like, we have to find something, you know what I mean? Which is good, but like I have to do a better job probably of not being as candid because
no, don't do that.
Like we're running down, we're tackling the kickoff on the 12. You know what I'm saying? We're doing so many good things. We had a kicker who had surgery in the summer. He's just fighting his way back. So I actually am pleased with a lot of things Tristan's doing, but I just got to be careful. I'm saying this because I want the players to hear it. Just we're on the same page. Nothing. You guys have a job to do, but I think a lot of things are going okay. Sierra makes an unbelievable tackle. Our punter puts the ball at the 2-yard line. There's just some other things that I just think we have to play through, honestly. But it's not. I don't believe it's that. I don't believe it's like, hey, it's not translating. I just believe it's like we're playing other good teams, or like Colorado's as skilled a team as we'll play this year, I believe. And some guys are just not making the plays, and what we're doing is just trying to coach off the game tape. Whereas last year I was like, hey, it's okay, guys, come on. This year I'm letting them have it because I'm trying to move us to championship football, and so. We just have to learn from the games, if that makes sense.
All right. So not to belabor the point, but again, on Monday, the quote was, "This is the worst special teams game I've been a part of."
Yeah.
And that kind of took me back because sure, there was a block punt. You hate to see it. There was a missed short field goal. You hate to see that.
And there was a long kickoff return.
So
that's three separate phases of special teams.
Sure. You also had a blocked field goal.
Yeah.
That's special teams. I'd
say you'd had good punt returns.
You had good punt returns.
In terms of like saving the ball, picking up a few yards.
And I didn't ask the question. I can't remember who we were talking to. It might have been Bruns that we were talking to on Tuesday. And I almost asked the question of, man, Matt Rule might have been in the worst special teams he's been a part of. Too bad he wasn't around here the last 5 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Or the 5 years before he got here.
Yeah, because there were
we saw a lot
plays.
of tire fires.
Yeah, for sure.
All the way across the board.
For sure.
So I guess to his point of maybe I'm being a little too candid. When you say things like it's the worst special teams I've been around.
I mean, yeah, that's
not mincing words.
No, it's not being candid.
That's not mincing words.
That's going above and beyond in my opinion with like the criticism. And like it's fine if he feels that way. It doesn't bother me. I hope that he's not less candid. I like that he says what's on his mind. I think it's really interesting.
I don't think it's possible to be any other way.
Yeah, I think what he is frustrated by, it's not that he's being too candid. It's maybe that there's like this over focus on, in his words or his mind, there's over focus on the special teams and some of the disastrous things that have happened so far. But look, isn't the biggest part about this whole thing. It's not about the punt block. It's not about the kickoff return. It's about the field goals. I think whenever we talk about special teams, we are all the documentary series is called Chasing Three.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and I know I made this joke on Tuesday, but I feel like they will literally be chasing 3 points in some of these games. And I think that everybody around here is like, will they be able to get 3 points? If they need a field goal to tie to win the game, will they be able to? Here's a prediction for Saturday. If they get into 4th and 1 and 4th and 2 situations down at like the 20-yard line, I think they're going to kick field goals because I think that they want to kick field goals because they want to know that they can make field goals. I am applying my thoughts onto the rest of the fan base. I think people are worried about that. It's not special teams. They're worried about kicking.
Well, and part of the kicking also translates to the long snapping situation, of which there have been concerns there as well with low snaps. And that was addressed today as well.
You go out there and you're trying to hit a golf ball, and you have a bad lie. It's a lot different than hitting it off the turf at Topgolf, right? And so then all of a sudden the anticipation of is this going to be a good lie or not changes things. And I think that's as much as anything. After Tristan missed his kick, I said you're letting the snaps affect you too much because the first field goal, like he almost had to stop to kick. So we've opened up that competition this week. We have 2 snappers and we've opened up the competition. We'll have 1 punt snapper. We'll have 1 field goal snapper. It could be the same guy, but we've opened up both of them because we have guys who are capable, but right now, whatever it is, the fear, the nervousness of the moment has not let them snap the way they're capable of. So, we've opened up the job.
Who else besides Camden is
Flege, Flege. So he's been on the team. He snapped in the first ball game.
Yeah, Aiden Flege from Lincoln, who apparently was kind of like, he was the guy who basically walked onto the team that week to be the PAT kicker or field goal kicker and won the Northwestern game.
Oh, dude.
It's kind of like that where he was discovered in the spring.
Yeah. You talking about 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had how many kickers that year? That was a wild
lot.
Year. Yeah.
But looks like, there may be a change
at
long snapper.
Joe in Vegas writes, they should have never given the kid from Westside a scholarship. He sucks, and the only reason he got a scholarship is because of what he did in the Class A title game.
Well, I mean, it is certainly that's easy. It's easy to look at it that way and say, yes, I would like to think that it was more than just, making that kick.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why do people
situation.
say that? Is it just because of when the offer came?
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't get it because of that. He got it because he was good in high school.
Well,
this has surprised everybody.
And it's time now to be good in college.
100%.
And unfortunately, kicking is one of those things. You want to talk about pass fail?
Dude.
It's pass fail.
100%.
You either make it or you miss it.
Yep. And the old adage, you had one job to do. I mean, it just feels so like you have one job.
Yeah.
Left tackle has a lot of jobs. Kickers have one.
Robin Washut joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Now wait a minute, y'all. This dance ain't for everybody. Only the sexy people. So all you fly mothers, get on out there and dance.
Robin Washit.
Blissful ignorance, I think it could be an advantage here.
Robin Washit.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge.
That hot take.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it. Yeah, wash it's real good. Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it. Yeah, wash it's real good.
Don't look at the TV, Nick. I said don't look at the TV.
Why would you do that?
I said don't.
That's rude.
Don't Google blue waffle either.
That's an old callback.
It's like I'm in middle school again.
Wow. Robin Washit joins us from HuskerOnline.com. Robin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sound advice there. That was given out. I can give my 2 cents on that one.
Yeah.
Don't Google anything about jars and guys either.
Wow, it's in college all over again.
Anyway, Matt Rule dared to say that this was the best week of practice. So have the alarm bells gone up for you too? Josh is already
putting all my
he's
money.
He's already gone to the window and putting all his money on Northern Iowa on the money line.
Yeah. Normally, history suggests that is the worst possible omen possible when they have a great week of practice, and the coach makes it a point to say as much. But the good news was that he immediately followed it by saying that doesn't mean a single thing unless they actually continue it when it matters in game day. So, I mean, I guess it's encouraging that in a week where, a lot of the conversation was how was Nebraska going to follow up, after such an emotional game against Colorado, against a, I guess, on paper inferior opponent. Were they going to be as dialed in as you would have hoped? Well, it sounds like they have been, but again, what does that mean? We won't know until Saturday. But I guess it's better than the alternative where, the coach is up there talking about how the team just didn't bring it, and he needs to see more from them and all that stuff.
Robin, we were playing some of the audio in the last segment, and what was the word? Defensive, I think, was the way John described it, kind of going in. What did you make, in particular, of the answer that he had about special teams when Bruns asked that question, given that on Monday he was ripping on the special teams, and today he's saying we're making too much of it?
Yeah, I think he probably realized that he may have come off a little strong in his initial assessment, especially when he said that, he had guys that came up to him during the week. That wasn't necessarily special teams, but, the Raiola talk. So I think that maybe he's just kind of learning, well, this is the type of place that anything I say will immediately become a headline, and maybe I need to scale things back a little bit. But he's probably also just protecting his guys a little bit. Like, he didn't want to completely bury his specialists and the special teams units, although, it sounds like not much has changed to really alleviate a lot of those concerns. The fact that they still have an open competition with their long snapper position, and I guess it's hard to evaluate how your kicking game is going to operate in practice compared to how it does in the game. So I think a lot of that reaction was probably him trying to do damage control to maybe soften what his initial thoughts and comments may have been coming out of that game. But really what he said, I don't know if many people batted an eye, because the kicking game is a problem right now. Yes. Whether he wants to, maybe paint a different picture or not, like, you're missing 32 yarders in a zero stress atmosphere. Like, that's a situation, especially when you pair that with multiple comments being made about, snapping issues and, the confidence issues with your kicker. Like, they've got a lot to figure out in that regard. And having a strong performance this week is imperative to get maybe some good vibes going back into that kicking game entering conference play. But, I think a lot of today was maybe him just kind of scaling back a little bit, some pretty harsh initial impressions from what he saw on Saturday night.
Do you think, Robin, that, because certainly we all talked about it in the offseason, that we weren't sure what the kicking game was going to bring given the struggles that it had last year. But do you sense that there's still a little bit of lingering surprise that through spring, through fall camp, that they weren't able to correct those things?
I think so, because let's go with the place kicking game. Like with Alvano, I mean, I don't think there was ever a question about the talent. Like, I mean, he's shown that he is a proven commodity when he's dialed in and operating to his full potential. I think the surprise is coming from what's going on between the ears there, like why there is that lack of confidence or maybe presence of doubt going through his mind right now. And then I also think part of it too is the issues with snapping. When you have all these other things to think about, and then you add in, will I get a good snap and hold before my kick on top of it? That can really be disruptive. So I'm sure that it's not just entirely on Alvano's shoulders, but I think that there is some element of surprise there that this has lingered as long as it has, and then the injury on top of that. Like, it just seems like there's been one issue after another, and trying to get this kid, who's, like I said, a proven talent, to be able to play up to his full potential. So hopefully, again, seems like a prime opportunity to get some good vibes going back in that regard. Go make a couple kicks and have a stress-free afternoon or evening. That could go a long way in maybe getting things back on track. But until that happens, it remains a pretty pressing concern.
Hey, Robin, I'm curious as to what you think makes for a good offensive evening, because, like, in a perfect world, the starters are able to get pulled again like they were in UTEP versus UTEP, rather, in the third quarter or so. And then if that's the case, like, you might see a bit of a clunky finish. Is it just like that no matter which group is out there that they're finishing drives with points? I just wonder if we could end up leaving Saturday night with maybe similar feelings as we did after the first couple, where it's like, oh yeah, they weren't able to play a 4-quarter game. But in this case, again, it's because of the backups coming in.
Yeah, that could play a part of it. I think style of play will play a part of it too. I think Northern Iowa is going to try to milk as much clock as possible and try to shorten the game as much as they can, whereas UTEP was trying to run as many plays as they physically could. So, like, I think that inherently is going to probably limit the amount of opportunities the back end of the roster is going to get to see the field. But that being said, if things go to plan, I think that they want to play as many guys as possible, just because an opportunity like Saturday night, probably not going to have too many of them going forward the rest of the year. So there's going to be a balance there. But I think as far as how you gauge, like, I'm only concerned about what the top group does. Like, the guys that you're going to be leaning on going into Big Ten play and going into the back half of the schedule, like that's where you want to see these guys operate at a high level. Like, so you kind of pinpoint what you want to see out of that group. Like, you want to see the running game dominate. You want to see them stretch the field with some downfield passing. You want to see the procedural stuff, like cut down on the 12 penalties for 100 plus yards. Like, that can't happen again. So play a cleaner game. So I think, like, there's ways to evaluate that group, maybe beyond what the final score and final stats might indicate. Especially if they are able to, unfortunate enough to get into their bench, relatively early in the game.
John,
earmuffs.
Oh, are you going to ask about basketball?
Yes, I am.
Oh, but it's September.
Let's go.
Oh.
Well, the Big East schedule came out today. When do
He doesn't cover the Big East.
It's called a preface. We got the Big East schedule.
Like the Bulls draw.
I'm glad you did. Can't believe they gave him UConn twice. What about the Big Ten schedule? What do we know about when this bad boy's coming out?
I mean, one would assume any day. Like, they're all seeming to be dropping now. And I went into the week expecting it would be at some point this week, but here we are, late Thursday afternoon, and still nothing. So what I've been told is the holdup is not with the men's schedule, it's with the women's schedule. Like, they're still trying to organize their games there, and I think a lot of that has to do with TV. Like, they want to. A lot of this is because of the increased popularity in women's basketball, and I think that the networks are trying to feature women's games in more of these prime time slots. And so as a result, I think you're starting to see a little bit of a delay as to how they figure out just their TV windows going forward. So the basketball schedule is done for men, and they're just figuring out the women's end of it. And as soon as that's done, you'll probably see the BTN tees, their big schedule unveiling bonanza that they do. Who knows when that will be, but like I said, it should be soon. The good news, I mean, as far as like Nebraska men's basketball is concerned, is they know their schedule. It's done, and they're just waiting on the women's end of it to get wrapped up before it's officially publicly announced.
Robin, what are you going to be looking for with the men's schedule in terms of like the opponents that they get twice, when the games are played? Like, what are going to be a couple of things that your eyes are drawn to first?
Yeah, you always look at, how the, I guess, strength of the schedule is divvied up. Is it going to be front heavy or back loaded? When Nebraska's been good, they've gotten their hard games out of the way early, and then had a relatively favorable back end of the conference schedule to where you get some momentum going to the postseason. So that's probably the first thing you look at. You look at how many weekend home games they get. We know for sure that they're going to play Indiana on December 13th on a Friday night. That's such a huge advantage, especially for a place like Nebraska, to where when they're rolling and you can get a weekend night game, that makes such a difference. And as we've seen across all sports, can be a pretty significant X factor. So you look for how many of those they get. Sometimes they've had 2 or 3 weekend games. Sometimes they've had 5 or 6. So the more, the better for Nebraska in that regard. And then I'm also curious how they handle the West Coast trips. Like they're probably going to have to do a deal where they go west, play multiple road games out there. I saw something that they're going to play Oregon in early February, and so maybe you see like if they play 2 road games, it might be Oregon and Washington back to back around that time. And then the LA schools maybe come to Lincoln. So, we'll see how that all shakes out. But that's kind of the new wrinkle with the league schedule, is just the geographic part of it, and how much travel Nebraska is going to have to endure during an already pretty significant grind of league play.
Robin Wash at HuskerOnline.com. Robin, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. See you later.
Bye, Robin.
Robin Wash joining us always on Thursday from HuskerOnline.com.
Don't you do that again in the month of September.
You're so triggered.
Triggered? You're the one who's triggered.
We talk about football in March because of you.
Yeah.
No, not because of me, Nick. Because of the people. Because we all want to talk about
Because everyone wants to talk about the spring game.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Mr. I'm never here for the spring game.
Again, the football pervert not here for the most perverted thing in football.
By the way, that's a reminder.
That's true.
Okay, so it's going to be very interesting because
What,
I will
next
be
year's spring game.
Well, I will be gone again in April because I'm going to be going to the Boston Marathon. Now, this year, it's actually the day before or the day after Easter. Has the spring game ever been on Easter weekend? Because if it is, okay, so I will
not
probably...
that I recall.
Nick, I might actually be here in 2025 for the spring game.
Are you going to go watch it?
No, of course not. I'm not that sick. I'll watch it on TV at home. I'll watch it on TV.
He's
at
perverted, not demented.
Yeah, exactly, Nick. Exactly. That said, if it's the weekend after Easter, I might still be in Boston, so maybe I will be gone, but I'd be back the following Monday. Yeah. I think we're going to make a whole East Coast trip out of it.
Well, coming up next,
Oh.
how would you like to make a trip to Vallis?
Oh, I would love to, John.
We have 5 pair.
5?
5 pair.
5 hot pair
of Vallis Pumpkin Patch tickets. These are always a hot commodity.
Oh, yeah. You can go to 1620thezone.com right now to enter to win, but next we're going to give some away.
That's right. We're giving away 5 pair of Vallis Pumpkin Patch tickets. And we're bringing back the Need to Get to 6 game.
Wow.
Do we still have, I hope we have all of the elements of the Need to Get to 6 game.
Yes.
Nice.
We have all of them.
Well, there's the...
Play it. Play what's that, Nick?
That's the open. That's the open.
Awesome.
And then we have the bed. Got to have the bed. You know, because
I'll find the bed. The bed is somewhere.
I think it's right above it. There. Up,
go up one more.
Up and
Over,
to the
up,
right.
up,
No.
down,
One. Boom. There it is.
Play
The
that.
clock.
Got
Play
that.
it. Play it. See what...
That's
There we
it.
go. Yep. And then I believe we need the Bill Moose. Oh, no.
Well, that's the...
That's when they lose the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they lose. Well, you don't want
That's
to
at the end
lose.
of the bet.
Oh, that's right. That's at the end
You
of the bet.
don't want to lose.
Let's get John Bishop saying, you get a prize.
402-951-1620. Get in now. We will explain for those of you newbies to the Grum what the need to get to 6 game is. It's going to require you to think fast.
Oh.
And think originally.
And think hard.
402-951-1620. Get in now. 42 Degrees The Source hotline. It's the need to get to 6 game for Vallis Pumpkin Patch tickets on 1620 The Zone.
Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666.
Well, we really need to get to 6.
I left alone. My mind was blank. I needed time to think, to get the memories from my mind.
I want me some glory hole.
Well, we really need to get to 6.
Bruce Dickinson, let me hear it. We haven't heard Iron Maiden in a long, long time.
Forgot about Jarrah just showing up in the middle of it. Man,
It is the need to get to 6 game.
I love this game. It's almost as good as whoa, that's racist.
Which we only played one
time.
One time only.
One
please.
time only.
There's no way in hell we would ever get away with that again.
Let's do it. Let's bring it back. Bring it
Is
back.
that the most popular one-time game to ever happen?
Good question. There's probably some from the Kevin and Michael era. I never
Name that meat.
Yeah, 21 on the radio. Like I didn't listen back then, so I don't know what that game is.
I don't either.
But I would love to participate.
Yes, it is time for the need to get to 6 game. There he is, Satan Moose.
Burn!
The number of the beast.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
That's a good
was that
edit.
Mimi Scott?
I believe. Oh, Mimi Scott. Whatever happened to
I
Mimi
don't
Scott?
know. Mimi Scott used to make some really good Photoshops for
Yeah.
us, but
That is one of the funniest SNL skits, by the way, of all time. My guitar was out of tune. Have you ever seen that, Nick?
I don't think I have.
Will Ferrell is the devil, and it's some country star. Who is the guy?
Oh God, who
he's
was
friends in low places. I think.
Oh, Garth
isn't it him?
Brooks. Garth Brooks.
Nick, it is one of the funniest random SNL skits because he wants to sell his soul to the devil, but the devil's guitar is out of tune.
It's like that song. Is it the skit based off the song?
The devil went down
Devil
to
went
Georgia.
down to Georgia.
Yeah. It's very funny. It's very funny.
Think of the song.
All right. It's been a while since we played this, so here's how it works. Josh and I have come up with questions. There are multiple correct answers. In fact, there are at least 6 correct answers.
Oh, yeah. 6.
You have to get to 6 before the devil devours your soul.
Oh, you don't want that. You want the prize. You get a prize.
So, for example, we'll do an easy one here, Nick. You're going to be my guinea pig.
Oh, this is fun.
Okay,
You
give it
ready?
to me. Yes.
Nick, name 6 current Formula One drivers. Go.
Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri. Oh, God.
That's what's so great about the game. It's something that's hard for no reason.
George Russell.
Need one more.
Why do I know? Esteban Ocon.
Wow, he got
boy,
it. Wow.
you.
See, he doesn't like Formula One. You don't like football anymore. He doesn't like Formula
Whatever.
One anymore.
Well, he beat the devil, and this is, by the way, the sound. Oh, no. So if you can't get to 6 correct answers
Oh, yeah.
before the devil eats your soul, you lose.
Oh,
but if
yeah.
you can, you win.
Valas, baby. We are giving away 5 pair 2 Valas.
Josh, you remember Platoon, fine Oliver Stone movie?
Never saw it.
You never saw Platoon?
I've heard about it,
I've
though.
also never seen Platoon. That might have to be a movie club.
Oh, my God, it has to be.
You know what Kent would say to this?
Well, there was a great line in there. There's a Weasley corporal who's basically Tom Berenger's right-hand man, and towards the end, he's like, man, I got a bad feeling about this. I got a
Spoiler
bad
alert.
feeling about today.
Yeah, by the way,
I don't know if we're going to be able to give away all of these.
it's my turn to pick tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's on Amazon Prime. Maybe I'll pick Platoon. Okay.
Oh, feel-good movie.
I'll put it in my prep sheet for
Definitely
tomorrow.
a feel-good movie.
All right, let's do this.
All right, Ann is on the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. Hello, Ann.
Uh-oh. We're off to an amazing start. The phone's working spectacularly.
Next is Ty. Hello, Ty.
Hello.
Oh, thank God.
All right, Ty, you understand the rules then, correct?
I do.
Okay.
Good.
So I have some questions. Josh has some questions.
Yeah.
Who would you like to ask your question in the need to get to 6 game?
Josh.
All right.
Josh?
Ready? All right. Ty, here we go. Dylan Raiola already has the 50th most passing yards in the history of Nebraska football after but 2 football games. Name 6 quarterbacks that are in the top 10 for most passing yards in program history. Go.
Eric Crouch.
1.
I love this guy.
Brooke Behringer, Tommy Fraser.
2.
Turner Gill.
3.
Zach Taylor.
4.
Oh my gosh, Taylor Martinez.
5.
Oh, one more. One more.
Oh.
Oh, you were so close.
I don't remember which ones he got. I'll just read you the top 10. It's Tommy Armstrong, Adrian Martinez. He didn't name Adrian.
He did not.
Taylor Martinez, he did name. Zach Taylor, he did name. Joey Katz. Dave Hum, Jerry Taggy, Eric Crouch, Tommy Frazier, and Turner Gill. He just needed one more.
He just needed one more.
Curses.
Just needed one more.
Curses.
402-951-1620. It's Chris. Hi, Chris.
What's up?
Oh, not much. Would you like a question from me or a question from Josh?
You.
All right. I need you, Chris, to name me 6 different makers of shoes. Go.
Not bad.
Adidas, Nike, Reebok, Hoka.
3.
Asics and
4.
Puma.
Got it! He got it! He got it! He said Asics and Puma. He
Wow!
made it.
Good job!
He made it at
That
the
shouldn't have been that hard.
No, but hey, I understand, man. The game is hard for some reason.
Oh,
good job, Chris.
Way to
You're
go,
going
Chris.
to Val's, baby.
Yeah.
We have a line open right now,
All
by the
right,
way.
I'm going to put Chris on hold on 3, so
Yes.
Chris is a winner.
Wow, that was close.
Now, I also would have accepted a cobbler
That would have been funny.
because a cobbler makes shoes.
I get it. That would have been pretty funny. We have a line open, 402-951-1620. We are giving away Vala's Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard passes.
And
I know.
Did they add the Apple Orchard to the name?
I don't know because they're fine sponsors.
I need to find
I
out.
don't
This
know.
is Dane. Hi, Dane.
Hello, Dane.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Lovely. How are you, Dane?
Just great. Driving.
Good. Drive safe.
Yes, drive safe. Would you like a Josh question or a me question?
We'll go with a John question.
Well, I guess I am a winner. I'm 1 for 1.
That's true. I'm a loser.
All right, Dane.
Words
Just a
of John
second as
Lennon.
I bring this up because I want to make sure I have all the correct answers.
Oh, great.
Dane, no, Dane. I think you and the people will appreciate this question. I want you to name me 6 different college football programs that have defeated Deion Sanders as head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes. Go.
Cool. USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington State, Nebraska, Colorado State.
He's at 5. I think you're at 5.
Oregon State.
Who?
Oregon State.
Got it.
Boom!
Got
Let's
it.
go, Dane!
Way to go, Dane.
Yeah!
Yeah, they did not.
You basically just run through all of the Pac-12, and I think you'll get it right.
Yeah,
So.
they did not
Play
play
Washington.
Washington.
That was the
That's why
one.
that is not correct. But yes, you got Washington State, and I'm glad you did remember that the local team beat them.
They
this
did
year.
indeed beat them.
Dane, congratulations. I'm putting you back on hold. Dane is a winner on line 4.
Awesome. Good for Dane.
Wasn't that, man, I had no faith in you people. And the people
You
have
people,
responded.
and you do mean you people.
I didn't have faith.
You got to have faith, John. It's the song.
Yeah, but that was very smart. You know, listen to what Dane said there at the end. He said all you had to do was just start naming Pac-12 schools.
Mm-hmm.
Just think about that
Mm-hmm.
as we get to our next contestant. We have another Chris on the line.
Chris A.
Chris A. Hi, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Good, Chris. Good. Would you like a question from me or a question from Josh?
Let's go, Josh.
All right. Perfect. So earlier this week, Chris A., Kendrick Lamar was announced as the next Super Bowl halftime performer. There have been 24 Super Bowls so far this century. Name 6 halftime performers since the year 2000. Go!
Oh, gosh. Snoop Dogg.
1.
Janet Jackson.
I'll count it.
2.
2.
Lady Gaga or Christina Aguilera, one of them two.
Lady
Beyonce,
Gaga, indeed. 3.
Oh God. Shoot.
Thanks for not cursing.
I don't even remember.
I'm off to an 0-2 start.
Oh, Chris.
I would have accepted U2. I would have accepted Justin Timberlake, Kid Rock, Aerosmith,
People forget
NSYNC,
the best Super Bowl of all time. It was Snoop.
Prince. He did say Snoop.
He did say Snoop.
Tom Petty, the Black Eyed Peas, Madonna, Beyonce, Bruno Mars, Katy Perry, Coldplay.
How did we forget J-Lo?
Maroon 5, Shakira.
Shakira.
The Weeknd.
I might, as one who
The Weeknd's where we got that meme
never
from.
watches Super Bowl halftime shows, I might have actually got
I know.
that one.
That's why I figured. I was like, there's a lot of options here.
I am, first of all, 2-0. Josh is 0-2. I am also a gentleman. I always move the ladies to the front of the line,
Oh.
and Molly is next.
Hello, Molly.
Hi.
I have a cousin named Molly.
Really?
Yeah, she's an
It's a good
actress.
name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Yeah. Molly, would you like
How are you guys doing?
We're doing
Molly,
great.
we're awesome. It's a Thursday and we're playing a game and we get paid for this. What a
Yeah.
wild life.
Yeah, we're giving away things.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Molly, would you like a question from Josh or a question from me?
I think I'm going to go with Josh.
Oh, well,
Wow.
That's not where I expected that to go.
Gonna risk fate here as
Uh-huh.
Josh has not had a winner yet. but
You know what?
all right.
All right, I'm going to try to get a winning answer here. All right, Molly. So I discovered last night that if Illinois wins this weekend, they will probably be ranked next week, which would mark the first ranked versus ranked game that Nebraska has played since the year 2013 when they took on UCLA at home in Memorial Stadium. All right, so that's not the stat
That's
that
a
we're looking
ranked
for.
versus ranked.
Ranked
game.
versus ranked
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
All right, on top of that, that really doesn't have anything to do with what I'm asking about. Nebraska's not beaten a ranked team since 2016. They've lost every game versus a ranked opponent since then. I need you to name 6 programs that they have lost to since 2016 that were ranked when Nebraska played and lost to them. Go.
Michigan, Ohio State,
You're at 2.
Iowa,
3.
Purdue,
No.
Keep going.
Texas,
Nope.
Michigan State,
4.
4.
2 more. I lose again.
Poor Molly's soul has been devoured by Satan.
I'm letting everybody down.
Oh,
Sorry, Molly.
Dang it.
Oh, I'm
sorry,
sorry, Molly.
Molly.
I'm
Programs
sorry.
that she could have mentioned that she did not. Iowa, Wisconsin.
Well, she did mention
She did say Iowa.
She did say Iowa. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Tennessee. Penn State.
Penn State.
How about this? Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
How about this? Colorado.
Colorado was ranked last year.
People forget. Also, Illinois fell in that list as well.
Yes, they did.
That is a bummer.
Oh,
That is a bummer.
lesson learned, folks. Lesson learned.
And by the way, I still have my toughest question out there.
Good Lord.
I'm going to
You
save that
haven't
one.
You haven't gotten a winner yet.
I know.
Josh is next. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Bad.
Josh, who would you like a question from, me or Josh?
I guess I'll go with my namesake.
Oh,
Wow.
an upset. All right.
This is insane.
I think, Josh, I believe in you. I believe in you. In the last 10 World Series, 9 separate franchises have won the World Series. In the last 10. Just need you to name me 6 of them. Go.
Let's see, the Royals, Giants.
2.
Let's see, the Nationals.
3.
Oh my goodness, the Cubs.
4.
You better
2
win
more.
that one.
2 more.
Oh, the Yankees haven't won it.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The Red Sox. No.
Yes, that's 5. 5
Five.
more.
The
Five.
Red Sox.
Oh,
I thought that was going to be an easy
Oh, the Dodgers.
Dodgers, Astros,
The
twice.
Astros.
And the Braves and the Rangers.
And the Braves and the Rangers last year. Sorry, Josh. He is 0 for 4.
Why do you keep making hard things for our
That
friend?
was easy. It's a baseball. Everyone loves baseball, Nick.
I think it's the
Love
karma.
it my ass.
I think it's the karma. Integrity? No integrity.
Wrong.
Here's
It's a bunch of basketball fans calling
Josh. Hi, Josh. We got a lot of Joshes in this world.
in.
Hello,
Hell yeah.
Josh.
What up, Josh?
Hey, what up?
Well, badness.
Josh, would you like a question from Josh or a question from me?
Let's go with you, John.
Yeah, probably for the best.
All right. Let's see. Let me make sure I have the answer because it's time to know your Huskers, kids.
Oh, awesome.
I need you to name me 6 current members of the Nebraska football team who are offensive linemen. Go.
Oh, boy. Turner Cochran.
1.
Corkboard.
And that's about all I got.
Oh, come on.
Steinkühler.
No,
that was
not a Steinkühler.
40 years ago.
And like 15. I guess he was defense, wasn't he?
That's all I know.
Oh,
right.
my
He
goodness.
could have been a great left tackle.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, Micah Mazuka, you got
Bryce
Sledge,
Benhart.
you got Prohaska,
Ben Scott.
Ben Scott, Brock Knuth, Tyler Kanak, Maze Jack, Gunner.
Gatula. Mustache
Benhart.
Adam. John's karma just came home to roost.
I guess. Oh, boy. Here is...
How many do we still have? 3 prizes to give away?
3 left.
I
yes.
only have one more question.
Well, they're all going to have to be mine pretty soon. Hi, Cooper.
Hi.
Oh, no. John, you asked this one. Cooper will not know the answer to my question.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Why are you saying that?
Because unless he knows this. Cooper, do you know your sports history?
A little bit.
Cooper, all right. Maybe this is the perfect question for you.
Okay.
Now, you need to tell me what the name is on the label or on the can. You can't just say the color or what it's supposed to taste like. But I need you to name me 6 different flavors or brands of Mountain Dew.
Oh, he'll know this. Come
Go.
on, Cooper.
Code Red, Voltage, Baja Blast,
3.
Original.
4. Nice job, Cooper. 2 more. Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Come on. Oh, no. There's Diet Dew.
There is Diet Dew.
There's zero sugar.
Oh, he doesn't know about zero sugar. He's like 12 years old.
There was also, I would have also accepted the one that...
Livewire? Did he say Livewire?
The one with the real sugar.
I believe I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, yeah, that was one of your first, wasn't it,
yeah.
Cooper? Sorry, Cooper.
I'm sorry, Cooper.
It's okay. Have a good one.
Hey,
You
you
too.
too. Jordan, sports history to Cooper is the 2010s.
There's Dark Berry Bash.
Yeah, Nick would have
Thunder.
hit
I
that
would have
one.
nailed that
Yeah,
one.
give us some other weird flavors.
Kickstart.
Blue, purple,
Kickstart,
green.
Black
I guess
Dew,
green's the
Black
regular.
Cherry, Black
Man, I haven't had a
Lemon.
regular Mountain Dew in a while. Maybe I'll do that after my marathon.
My teeth always feel bad when I have regular Mountain Dew.
Really?
Mike, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey.
Hey.
We're running out of time. Would you like a Josh question or a me question?
We're going with Josh. We got to get him a W somehow.
All
Come
right.
on. Let's do this, Mike. All right, the Summer Olympics are sadly over.
Oh, it's a damn shame.
But, Mike, don't worry. They'll be back in 4 years, and when they return, it will mark the 9th time that the U.S. of A. has ever hosted the Olympics. Name 6 other cities that have hosted the games. Go!
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh.
Said it was hard. Cooper wouldn't have gotten this.
Olympic
Los
cities?
Angeles.
There we go. I'll even count that
Dallas?
as 2 because it's done it twice. No, Dallas is not hosted.
Dallas. Madison.
Nope. No, Madison?
Who knows? I have no idea.
Exactly.
Madison? What year is this? By the way, you're going to find some weird ones in here. Squaw Valley hosted one of them.
Squaw Valley.
St. Louis, Lake Placid 2 times, LA 2 times, Atlanta, and Salt Lake.
The Olympic mascot for Madison would just be a giant wheel of cheese.
It would be.
Wow. You are terrible.
I'm done. I got nothing.
Well, I only have 2 more questions left.
Look, I could do like name 6 colors,
Yeah,
but I feel like people wouldn't get it right. Red?
Let's just do like counties.
Yeah.
Aaron, hi, Aaron.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Hello.
All right, Aaron. If you don't get this, then there's no hope for anybody anywhere on planet Earth.
Bingo.
Aaron, name 6 things that go on a taco.
Okay. Meat, cheese, sour cream, lettuce, tomato, black olive.
There you go.
Oh,
Boom.
no. Hey, that's only 5. Black olives don't go on a taco.
Yeah, I mean, you could have said a hubcap. I mean, technically, a hubcap could go on a taco if you wanted
Spit,
to.
yogurt.
Aaron, congrats. Line 3, he's a winner.
I like Nick's idea. I have one. I got another one.
I've got one more.
Sam writes, can't go wrong saying Steinkühler or Cotton, like guessing Treaty of Paris on any history
Right,
test.
but they're not current offensive linemen.
And then he also adds, who can forget the Madison Olympics of 1999? Ron Dane with medal after medal, rumbling, stumbling, and fumbling.
Jared, hi, Jared.
Hi, Jared.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Well.
All right, Jared. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, good luck.
Since 2000, this century, I need you to name me 6 different NFC National Football Conference teams to win the Super Bowl. Go.
Let's do Rams, Packers, Eagles.
3.
Nope.
Yep. 3. Sadly.
Definitely not the Cowboys.
You're not getting a point for that one, Jared.
Giants.
4.
2 more.
Let's see.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Saints.
So let's see. Yeah, Saints.
Seahawks.
Did you name the Giants?
He did say the Giants.
Could he have
Saints.
said St. Louis Rams and Los Angeles Rams? Would you have counted that?
I just based on principle, I would have counted it.
The Bucks have won a
Bucks and the
couple of
Bucks.
them. Is that all?
I think that's it.
Because then it's a lot of Patriots and Chiefs and Colts and Steelers.
All right, last question.
I got one.
And
Or do you have one?
It's for Ben.
All right.
Hi,
Ben.
Ben.
Hello, Ben.
What's up?
All right, there are like 1 billion counties in Nebraska. I know 2 of them, but all I need you to do is name 6 counties in Nebraska. Go, Ben.
Lancaster, Sarpy, Dodge, Douglas, Colfax, and Washington.
Bingo.
Are those counties?
Those are all counties.
Good job, Ben. I believed in you.
Thank you, Ben. Congratulations. You are a winner.
Awesome.
That's 4 winners, right, Nick? That's 4.
So we still have 1 prize to give away.
You know what I'm going to do?
Are you going to be nice?
Are
you going to actually watch football?
No, I'm going to do something nicer than that.
Well, it could be nicer than
I'm
that.
going to do something nicer than that.
Which is?
Now, it's going to make Nick work a little bit.
Oh, he loves working. Remember, Midi told us he didn't want to take vacation because he likes working so much.
He didn't. But I am sad.
Sad?
I am sad. I am sad that we did not give away any of our prizes to a lady.
Correct.
So, the first caller to get through to Nick.
Oh.
The first female caller to get through to Nick right now at 402-951-1620 gets the final pair of tickets.
Wow. All right.
That
Good
means
luck.
he can't just say, good caller 1 and hang up on you. He
has
actually has
to-
to answer the phone
Yes.
and talk to you.
Perfect.
So the first lady, not first lady as in like Joe Biden.
Dr. Jill?
The enabler. No.
She stopped enabling. Remember, he dropped out.
Oh, that's right. Now he's wearing Trump hats.
Remember? Okay, that's real.
No, that's real.
It looks like a NASCAR hat.
I mean,
You know, like the styling?
A lot of NASCAR fans that are Trump fans.
Spot
Josh.
the lie. Spot the lie.
First,
I don't think any of the women
the
believe
first
you right
lady.
now. There might be one.
951-1620. Call Nick now. We'll
Let's
give
go.
away the last pair of tickets, and we'll be back after this. Right here on 1620 The Zone.
Josh.
John?
Good news. Good news.
It's not. I can see what you're about to do. Ah! Oops. Didn't mean to.
Creighton basketball schedule is now out. The Big East schedule was announced today. And we now know where all the now we don't know what the times are, but we do know what days they're on.
Hopefully 5:30 for every game.
Well, you might be happy with the opener. But some of the highlights now, these are the games that we already knew about, but the non-conference, the openers, of course, November 6th. Don't forget they're playing Purdue in the exhibition game in
That's
October.
next month, right?
That's in October, and tickets are on sale. You can go to GoCreighton.com.
October?
It's a Friday night, I believe.
Is the Purdue game?
Yeah, the exhibition. But the season opener, the actual games that count, November 6th, the Nebraska game will be on that Friday, November 22nd.
And that is the day before the Wisconsin game.
Correct.
Wow, that'll make for quite the weekend.
The games in Vegas, we already know, San Diego State, Texas A&M, and then closes out with Oregon the Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend. Then hosting Kansas on Wednesday, December the 4th.
Should we do the Grum from the arena that day?
Probably should. UNLV on Saturday, December 7th, and then the final regular season non-conference game is at Alabama on December the 14th.
Sam,
but we knew those.
Yeah. Do we want to get now into the conference slate? Because that can lead into a question from listener Sam when we get to the
here's some of the highlights.
Yeah.
It opens December the 18th, which is a Wednesday night at Georgetown, probably a 5:30 local time start.
Awesome.
Because that's usually when it is.
Yeah.
December 21st, the Big East home opener will be again against Villanova. I believe this is the third time in the last 4 years Creighton has opened the Big East home schedule against the Wildcats.
Yeah, it happens quite a bit.
New Year's Eve against St. John's.
Well, along those lines, Sam writes in, one of our resident Creighton fans in the audience, very intrigued by this New Year's Eve game as the westernmost school in a triple header. 9 p.m. tip, 10 p.m. tip. What are the other New Year's Eve games in the conference?
They are, let me see, did I bring those up? Here's my email. The other games on New Year's Eve are Marquette at Providence, Seton Hall at Xavier.
Okay, and that's not counting potentially any other games that would also be on Fox or Fox Sports 1 that day. And then, of course, the college football playoff will
Right,
have
because we don't know what the Big Ten's going to do yet.
And there will be other bowl games that day. It won't just be the playoff. There will be one CFP game that will be at night, but there will also be other bowl games in the lead up to that. It'll be quite the day. Quite the day for television.
I'll be curious to know if any of these games or other sports will be used as counter programming on December 31st.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, but that is something worth noting. But yes, Creighton hosting St. John's on New Year's Eve. Yes, it could be a late one.
Oh, yeah.
I have no inside knowledge to that effect, but it could. Just be prepared just in case. Then January is going to be interesting because of the first 5 Big East games in January, 4 are on the road.
Wow.
They're going to play, as noted on the graph, Marquette on January 3rd in Milwaukee. Then
they don't play for over a week. Yeah,
they'll get Butler at Butler.
So they'll come home. They're not going to obviously stay on the road trip.
They'll then January 14th home for Providence. Then a double dip. Saturday, January 18th at UConn. Saturday, January 21st at DePaul. The nice thing this year is at least one of those UConn games are on the weekend. It's the one there. If you remember last year, both the UConn games were on weeknights.
Oh, yeah, and the one in Omaha this year is a Tuesday.
Yeah, the one this year in Omaha, which we've got listed on the graphic
February
here,
11th.
is a Tuesday.
But the one on the road is a Saturday.
Saturday, February the 8th, Marquette, and then Senior Day will be Butler on March the 8th. That's the final game of the regular season.
Would you guess Pink Out is always a weekend game, right? That would probably be Saturday the 25th versus Seton Hall of January, because that's usually a January type thing. Would that be your guess?
Yeah.
And if you have inside info, I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on any toes.
That you're right. It's always a Saturday or it's always a weekend
game, and so the
and
only
it's
other
usually late in January. So
only
Seton
2
Hall.
other home games in January. Both of them are weeknights, so Tuesday and a Wednesday. Providence early in the month or middle of the month. Xavier at the very end of the month. So,
I would guess right now. I'd say
Seton Hall will be the pink out.
So
it's not official, but I would guess that that's where it's going to be.
Show on the road probably on January the 24th. Then would be my guess.
Possibly.
The Hope Lodge.
But you can check out more, gocreighton.com. It's got the entire schedule there. And the game times and the television networks still to be determined.
Yes.
But it could be another New Year's Eve like it was 11 years ago.
Jordan writes, their opener looks like a TV channel. It does, yeah. Hey, tune in tonight on UTR GV and check out
that would be Rio Grande
Car
Valley.
Wars.
University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, which used to be Texas Pan American.
And you make fun of me for wanting to watch Texas State, but you'll be at TV Land basketball.
TV Land is a very popular channel. I think they still have Friends reruns.
Do they really? Wow, Friends is now on TV Land?
I mean, it makes sense.
Wow. I know how time works. It's just that's weird.
How time
Soon
works.
it'll be like The Office is on TV Land.
Is NIL also going to force basketball schedule cupcakes?
Oh, they've long done that. Creighton plays them every year, Nick. Every year. Remember when they had McKendree?
I mean, everyone plays cream puffs.
Yeah, I know. I've looked at Nebraska's non-conference. It's horrible. Every game except for Creighton. It's horrible. It's garbage.
Yeah.
You know who's not garbage?
Todd Furman.
That's the one.
The Bet the Board podcast. We're going to talk about all the wacky line movements that have occurred this week with Nebraska and Northern Iowa.
Let's do it.
Plus some of the other games of note this week. So investment advice coming up next. Todd Furman of the Bet the Board podcast on 1620 The Zone.
There should be another great weekend of football.
Todd Furman from the Bet the Board podcast. Time to talk a little money.
People fall in love with teams on the way they look at a non-conference schedule. I don't think there is enough wiggle room for me to get involved with this game going under the total early. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
It's part of my Thursday tradition as I'm driving into work to dial up the Bet the Board podcast from our next guest, Todd Furman, his esteemed experts, Payne Insider and Brad Powers, and just listen to the wisdom and the breakdowns of all of the best games of the week in college football. Of course, they also do the NFL pod and a lot of other stuff. And Todd Furman of the Bet the Board podcast joins us every Thursday here on the Grum. Todd, how are things in the desert?
No complaints out here in lovely Las Vegas. And look, gentlemen, we've done this segment long enough that I am man enough to admit when I am right and when I am wrong. And clearly my expectations for what we saw unfold last Saturday night under the bright lights of Memorial Stadium in Lincoln were incorrect. Credit to Nebraska's defensive front for taking control of that game and allowed the Huskers to coast to a comfortable victory as about a touchdown favorite against the Buffs.
Hey, Todd, on the pod last week, I know one of the things you guys talked about in relation to that game was Nebraska's defensive line and getting pressure. Obviously, we saw that in spades. What maybe did we learn about them? And perhaps is like there a lesson to be told, though, just about that being a Colorado issue, maybe more than a positive with Nebraska?
You know, I think that's a combination of things there because we knew that was going to be one of the weaknesses for Colorado coming into the season. Could they solidify their offensive line? Yes, they checked a couple of boxes in terms of addressing it in the portal and in through their freshman recruiting, but at the same time, didn't think it was going to be an elite unit. Nebraska took the opportunity, pinned their ears back, and credit Matt Rule and the rest of his staff for devising the kind of game plan to get Shedeur Sanders off his spot and allow a young quarterback on the biggest stage that he had seen in his short career in Dylan Raiola to play with a lead, not have to operate from the shadow of his own goalposts. And you know, when the dust settled on that game, it wasn't anything Nebraska did offensively. I mean, they didn't put a single point on the board the second half, but they're afforded that luxury, and they quite frankly didn't have to, given how well the defense played early on in that game to give them enough support. And now you begin to look at Nebraska's schedule, and while we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, look, there's a realistic chance that if Nebraska holds serve, albeit the game against Rutgers the first Saturday in October might be a little bit more difficult than it looks on paper, that this team could potentially be undefeated late October, headed to the shoe for a showdown against Ohio State if they continue to develop and the offense gets a little better, and we continue and see some of those playmakers emerge on the outside and in the backfield.
Well, Todd, normally we save, the Nebraska forecast for the end, but really I want to focus on what has been a weird week in terms of line movements. Now, it has stabilized now. It's sitting at Nebraska at 32.5, but we saw this thing open at 30.5. It shot up to 34.5. It came back down to 27.5 and then back up to 32.5. What explains something like this? And does it have to do more so with Nebraska's opponent maybe than it does with Nebraska?
It has to do more with this game itself. And this may be a little bit too technical or inside baseball to use that sports cliche for a lot of the listenership. But when you look at a game like this, where Nebraska is taking on a team that's not normally lined in Northern Iowa, there is a little bit more volatility in the market than what you'll see in terms of teams that are all FBS programs. So a couple of books will get these numbers up early. In this case, I believe it was FanDuel that came to market first. And professional bettors know that it doesn't take that much money to start some of the momentum. And it'd be a significantly smaller bet on a game like this than, say, Alabama, Wisconsin, even if it came in when the number first opened. So there's a little bit of jockeying that goes back and forth. There's a little bit of market manipulation. And instead of potentially moving this game in, say, a half point or full point increments, if a sports book takes a big bet, whether it's 500 or 1,000 on a game like this that they respect, they may move around that 4 touchdown threshold, 3 points in one fell swoop to try and see if there's an appetite to come back in on the other side. And then as other books start to come online, as the market gets to be a little bit more liquid, as you get closer to Saturday, you'll see a lot of these books settle in. And that's more or less what we have now with Nebraska, right around a 32.5 point favorite. And I'm not going to say every half point or point doesn't matter, but every half point or point not created equally when you're talking about going from 28 to 32 compared to a game where you're talking about going from 2 to 6. And so that's a big part of it, as much as anything else that attack some of the science and the thought process behind moving numbers on these games.
Todd, another one on like the jockeying. When this is happening, what are what are the books doing themselves? Because like this isn't their first rodeo either. So I wonder how much they're like, are we really wanting to move this line, given that they probably know what's happening?
Sometimes they have to try and check their opinion and ego at the door based on the account or the individual that may be betting into a number. I could come in and say that, look, I have a real belief that I think Colgate should only be an 11.5-point underdog against Akron. Use another game that's on the added board this week. But if I get 4 or 5 max bets that come in on Akron, I can't sit and hold firm and go, you know what, I'm still not going to move the number and continue to create liability. I'm going to gradually drift that price out and maybe stay a little bit below some of my other competitors, hoping that I can create some liability for the house going to the side I want. But ultimately, my opinion is, or at least what I was taught when I was behind the counter, my opinion on a game is worth 1 max bet. Once somebody tells me my opinion's wrong, I have to be able to move, and then I have to adjust throughout the course of the week. Is someone trying to manipulate my line on Monday or Tuesday where we'll take smaller bets, and then where they'll tip their hand in terms of the side or that they really want by Friday when you start to extend limits. And for us at Caesars, Mondays and Tuesdays for college football, for some of the sharper players, we might take $1,000 bet. And by the time you got to Friday and Saturday, you might take 10, 15, 20x based on the magnitude of the game.
Todd Furman joining us from the Bet the Board podcast. On to some of the games this week. Alabama, Wisconsin gets the prime early window on Fox. This was a game, Todd, that was in the 8-point range or so in the very early lines before the season started. It's up to 16.5 right now, and I know that Wisconsin has issues on offense, but Alabama last week was 1 quarter away from another bad outing against South Florida last week. I'm curious how you see this.
This game, to go back to Nebraska's dominant performance against Colorado almost provides the inverse scenario where Nebraska's final score of 28-10 wasn't indicative of how dominant they really were against the Buffs, whereas Alabama beating South Florida on the scoreboard 42-16, nowhere close to how this game played out. At the 6:45 mark of the fourth quarter, USF kicks a field goal, and it's 21-16. Alabama then goes on to score the final 3 touchdowns of the game, in a span of right around 5 minutes, to help the scoreboard cosmetics. And a 28-3 fourth quarter later, you're looking at Alabama, at least in the eyes of the casual fan, doing what they were supposed to do against an inferior opponent. Here we go to Camp Randall in Madison, where Wisconsin will be the biggest underdog they've been at home in 30 years. And the last 3 times they've been double-digit dogs at home all came against Ohio State. You mentioned the struggles of the Dairy Raid offense, and you wonder if the game has passed Phil Longo by a bit. Tyler Van Dyke is going to be under pressure. Can he make the big throws and take what the Alabama defense will give him? The one way that I think Wisconsin can get you to the window is more than a 2-touchdown dog. They have some NFL caliber defensive backs in Ricardo Hallman and Hunter Wohlers that may be able to take away the deep shot. And the one thing we saw USF do such a good job against Jalen Milroe, Alex Golesh said their goal was to take away his legs and make him beat him as a passer. They did that. They muddied up the rush. If Wisconsin can do that, I think Alabama's hard-pressed to run away and hide. But this should be an interesting game. And you mentioned the number here. It's Wisconsin or pass, and at 17, it's probably worth a value bet should the number get that high.
Todd, one of the few ranked games this weekend is actually taking place tomorrow in a matchup between 2 Big 12 teams, but it's actually a non-conference game, and that is Arizona versus Kansas State. Throughout the week, the line's been 6.5 in favor of the Kansas State Wildcats. That number is now up to 7.5. And you guys talked about this on the pod. Kansas State coming off a game they very well could have lost versus Tulane. Arizona's been a bit hot and cold so far this season. What do you think of this matchup?
Always tough games when you have preconceived notions on teams of this caliber coming into the season. And quite frankly, Arizona and Kansas State were both sell teams for me before the season started. Nothing that Arizona has done through 2 wins against New Mexico and NAU has changed any of that. Meanwhile, Kansas State is definitely fortunate to escape New Orleans as an outright winner against Tulane, failing to cover as, an 8.5, 9-point favorite on the closing number. But I look at Arizona, and I think their problems defensively could get exacerbated in this spot. They played a mobile quarterback in New Mexico and Devin Dampier, who was able to run and throw at will, hanging 39 points in that game. While Kansas State's defense doesn't leave me brimming with confidence in terms of their ability to slow down Noah Fida to Tetairoa McMillan, at the same time, I think home field advantage in a game like this is worth something. This is one of those de facto non-conference conference games that was on the schedule before realignment. And I think we're going to see the best of Avery Johnson here. The scary part, though, is Arizona's got enough offensive capabilities that back door may not slam shut. Favorite or pass for me in this game, but I think this provides a phenomenal data point that we can use on both these teams going forward.
Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast. College game day is in Columbia, South Carolina. The Gamecocks are a 6.5-point underdog to LSU, who, you know, the loss to USC is one thing, but then last week had their struggles again. And this is a team that has not been able to run the ball very well.
And a big problem against the USC team that brings in, you know, a pair of rush ends and Kyle Kennard and five-star Dylan Stewart that can flat out get after the passer. We saw South Carolina's defense on full display, holding Kentucky in check last weekend in a 31-6 win for the Gamecocks, where a contest they came into as more than a touchdown underdog. LSU, to your point, hasn't been able to run the ball, and the only back that showed flashes of doing that in the opener, John Emery's been lost for the season with a torn ACL. LSU loses a key defensive lineman in their mix, which is a little bit problematic against the 1-2 punch of Lenora Sellers and Raheem Sanders trying to run the ball. Could be some inclement weather here as well. We know the hurricane, or at least some of the lingering storms, may play a little bit of a role from a rain and wind standpoint. I think South Carolina being able to run the ball and play defense makes them a live home underdog here. And think it's correlated to this game potentially staying under the total. So if I had to get involved here, it'd be Gamecocks plus the 7 and looking to go under the total at 49.
Todd, you mentioned a couple moments ago the word data points, and you said that a lot on the pod this week, just given how limited games that we have had so far in the season. I use that as the run-up to ask you about this Oregon State matchup, the Civil War returning, but in September this year. Oregon is a 16.5-point favorite. They have left a ton to be desired in their first 2 games so far this season, whether it was with Boise last week or certainly in the opener. Oregon State, though, lost a lot of players after last year. Like, what is the viewpoint on this game, given those priors that you had before the year and then what we have seen so far from the Ducks?
Mainly, can Oregon begin to address their Achilles heel, at least through the first 2 games, which has been an offensive line, unable to protect Dylan Gabriel. And this has been one of the better offensive line groups we've seen in the country over the last couple of seasons, where they've given up a combined 10 sacks over 2 years. Dylan Gabriel hasn't been afforded the same luxury behind that line as as Bo Nix was during his time in Eugene. You look at the number on this game, 14 is where it opened. Oregon immediately took money. This game during the summer would have had the Ducks as a 23-point favorite for their trip to Corvallis. Oregon State didn't exactly wow anybody last week, but they did exceed odds makers' expectations as a 6-point road favorite. Took care of business against San Diego State and clamped down defensively. This will be a jolt to the Beavers system in terms of what Oregon can do. I actually watched that whole Oregon-Boise game. Oregon had multiple chances to hit big plays they just couldn't connect on. Were unable to slow down Ashton Genty. And I'm very curious to see if Oregon's defense is better suited to try and make the Beavers a little bit one-dimensional. I respect the money that came in early on Oregon, but at the same time, we're seeing a little bit of a difference of opinion when that price gets to 17. So a game that I really want nothing to do with here, as I couldn't have been more wrong thinking that Oregon could win by margin last week in their game against Boise State.
Todd, anything smelling best Betty this week?
You know, some of these numbers have kind of been on the move, and when you look at the way that these prices have gone, you're going to want to pay close attention to the Carolinas and some of the weather that could impact these games. But you know what? What's better than week 3 than doing a little bit of dumpster diving with a couple of Mid-American teams where I think there's still value in the numbers? Central Michigan gets the Illini in the perfect spot. Illinois fresh off of the win against Kansas where they won the turnover battle. And they play your Nebraska Cornhuskers on a short week on Friday night. Wouldn't shock me at all if Illinois goes through the motions and a workmanlike effort wins, but doesn't do so by margin. This will actually be the biggest number that the Fighting Illini have laid against an FBS team going all the way back to 2019. So I think Central Michigan, anything 17.5 or better makes a ton of sense. And I actually believe in the UMass Buffalo game, a contest that there might be 37 fans in attendance and 4 people streaming on ESPN Plus or somewhere else. That Buffalo actually grades out a worse football team for me than UMass, power rating right about the same. I don't give any home field advantage. I think there's a slight edge to UMass coaching-wise. But the scary part is, look, when you bet bad football teams, bad things tend to happen. But I'd have no problems dabbling on UMass on the money line. either win this game outright, or I could see a scenario where they just shoot themselves in the foot. But they were much better than the box score indicates against Toledo last week. And we'll see if UMass can win the game outright in Western New York.
Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast. He, along with Payne Insider Brad Powers, always doing a great and entertaining job on breaking down the games of the week. Todd, we always appreciate your company, and thanks a lot. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Best of luck at the wagering window this weekend as well.
There he is. Todd Furman, ladies and gentlemen, from the Bet the Board podcast. Make sure you download, subscribe, Bet the Board podcast, because they not only cover the college game, the pro game, they'll cover other sports too. They got a breakdown of the NASCAR race this week.
Yeah, their pod is must listen. Both I listened to especially the last two of the week, the Wednesday and the Thursday, college football and NFL. By the way, in my pick'em, I went against Illinois this week. I thought maybe look ahead a little bit. It's such a big number for the Fighting Illini, coming off of a nice win over Kansas, but looking ahead to that game in Lincoln next week, where we will be there for 16:20, the pregame, all of us together on a Friday, the first Friday together
For now.
in so long.
What hot game are you going to abandon us for next week that you haven't told us about yet?
Probably Scotts Bluff and Alliance.
No,
interesting.
I would never ditch you guys for a Friday show at the Blur. Never ditch you. Not one time. I never have.
Boy, that's a rough look for our good friends, the Eddies over at Roncalli. I won't ditch you for Blur, but I'll ditch you for Roncalli.
When I was there earlier and I said that Michael was going to be with us tomorrow, they got excited.
Exactly.
They're like, Thank God we don't have to put up with Josh.
Bingo. I knew that they'd be more excited to see Michael than they were.
But then they got upset because I
Now-
said you were still going to be on the show, and they're like, shucks.
Now, Nick, no promises for week 5 of the college football season. But week 4, I'll be here, Nick. I'll be here. By your side, looking into your eyes.
You're not going to look at my eyes. You're going to look at
John's
guys dressed like Herbie Husker eating corn.
Is that what I'll be doing?
Well, I think they only did that the one time.
They should do it again, though. That was
Yeah,
fun.
let's see. Let's see what happens.
It's possible.
Mhm.
It's possible. All right. Well, there you go. Todd Furman joining us each and every week. Coming up next, we got the happy hour. We're counting down to kickoff of week 2 of the NFL season. It's the Amazon Prime special.
This is so great.
They should have called it NFL Amazon Prime Time.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
They should have.
As much as I don't like Amazon, I really like the broadcast. It's a good broadcast.
It looks good. HD is good. Scoreboard is good. Music is good.
I like-
Broadcast announcers, they're fine.
I like the announcers a lot.
They just don't like each other. I used to love Al. He was my favorite play-by-play guy. Who's your new favorite NFL play-by-play guy? Besides Kevin Kugler, of course.
Oh, I did forget about Al. I was thinking like Fitzgerald, but that's the.
I mean,
post-game.
I like Joe Davis. I like
Fitzpatrick.
Burkhardt. I like.
You got to pick one, John. Is it
Still
Kenny,
like- I
is it
still like
Kenny
Joe-
Albert?
I still like Joe Buck.
Joe Buck's my number one. I think he is my favorite right now.
You know,
Who was the very first person to do football on the radio?
On the radio?
Yeah, John.
the very first person
that's
to
a
do
long time
football
ago.
on the radio.
Yeah, the very first football play-by-play voice.
When I think of early football memories calling games, it's always, for me, it's always Pat Summerall and John Madden. Man, I miss Madden.
The
All right,
first live broadcast of a football game was October the 8th, 1921. A game between West Virginia and Pitt.
Oh, who called it?
Well, it was KDKA, the legendary station out of Pittsburgh. It does not say who the broadcaster was.
It was probably Jim. Jim Jimerson.
Jim Jimerson?
Well, that's-
It's me, Jim Jimerson.
And then during the broadcast, they're like, the economy's great.
See, that's how they talk now. Oh, look at them. They're running down to the 40, but now they're also at the 35.
The economy's never going to take a downturn.
Everything's going awesome.
It's
The
nice.
world, the Great War just finished. There will never be another war.
That's why we called it the Great War.
Germany is so good. Look at the Germans now. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I wish it doesn't say.
There will never be a World Wide Web.
On meat packing plants, they're A-okay, I tell you.
By the way,
Don't read The Jungle. People say it's muckraking.
by the way,
It's communist.
that same year, a
And
month
socialist.
Would you shut up? A year later,
Yeah.
or not a year later, a month later, KDKA also broadcast the Pittsburgh-Nebraska football game, thus making it the first live broadcast of a Nebraska football game. Now, it wasn't heard
Whoa!
here.
I want
wasn't heard
audio of
here.
this.
but they didn't have it.
Look
It's
at that.
probably-
It's the Cornhuskers from Nebraska.
It's probably in a wax cylinder somewhere.
Mm.
Were they
no,
the
they
Cornhuskers
didn't
or were
say
they?
broadcast back
Speaking
then.
of the Cornhuskers, real fast before we go to break in the happy hour, you didn't watch the game on Saturday. There was a thing before where Matt Castle said Nebraska is known for having more corn than people. He said we are most known for having more corn than people. That's what he said on the television.
Is that what Nebraska's most known for?
So here's the thing. I've never heard anyone say this one single
Is this
time.
like a more wheels or more doors in the
It
world
is.
situation?
Maybe he was participating in dumb debates
I
one
think there
time.
might be more corn in the country
than
in the
people.
in the
Of
state than
course.
people.
Well, there's more corn in
There's
Iowa
more
than
corn
there are
kernels.
people, too. I mean, you know, think of all the corn that's grown from across the state.
Look at them
and
running down the field. Yeah. I was like, that's an odd thing, Matt
I
Castle.
also have never heard that reference.
I wonder if he somehow got it mixed up with the third largest city on game days. Like it
Well,
just
that's a
It's a hell of a mix-up.
Yeah, well.
Third largest corn city with people.
Keena says, I've heard that there's more cows than people. Maybe he mixed up the wrong C word.
Oh, good thing he didn't say another C word.
Where's the C word?
Cretaceous.
Nice.
Sure. I mean, there would be more, but if you think about it,
Duh, of course there is.
There's more. I
think
mean,
there's more cows
I
than
don't know.
people?
I don't know what the number one crop is in California, but there's more of that than people in California.
Is it
Probably.
grapes?
Yeah, there's more of
'Cause
everything
when
than
you-
people. There's not that many of us when you add us up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot. It's 7 billion, 8 billion
This
people.
whole lie about population overgrowth, you know, that Nick keeps promulgating on us. It's the crops.
Hey,
we got
move
too
to-
many crops.
You know what we need to do? We just need to move people to Wyoming.
Dairy products and milk is what's grown most in California. I asked grown most, and AI said dairy products and milk.
You're an AI guy?
No, it's just Google AI right away.
Just say Google. Don't say I asked AI.
No,
Say
I asked Google, and I said Google AI.
Wow.
Grapes though.
What's
Yeah.
grapes?
Grapes are the thing that's actually grown the most in California.
Yeah, there's probably. I'm guessing there are more grapes than there are people in California.
Great segment. This is good stuff.
We're learning.
Yep. The people are going to be like, whoa, this Todd Furman interview is longer than ever before. I can't wait. And then they're going to have 10 minutes about grapes and radio in the 20s.
How about them grapes?
Ah, look at the grapes running down the field.
Happy hours next. 16:20 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
The happy hour is on the air. According to Mike, thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Harold Arlen Was the first broadcaster to broadcast a college football game on the radio.
It's me, Harold.
Arlinwas. Harold Arlen Was
was
the announcer.
I wonder if he was a good announcer.
I bet that was it. I wish there was a copy because
I would seriously love to hear what it said.
it would. The thing is, no one had ever done it before. So describing a football game that you have, describing it to people.
You don't know how
I
to
think-
call a football game because you've never announced a football game.
I found his
Correct.
Wikipedia page. He just went by Harold Arlen.
All right.
Which is a
Okay.
great broadcast name.
Oh, no. Oh, you know what it is, Mike? There's not a space. It is Harold Arlen. It's Harold Arlen was the first.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
Harold Arlen. Okay. Yeah, because what would he have had to go by? And I mean, it's like if you have never tried to describe something to someone before.
So it's like, they always do the thing. It's like you travel back in time. How would you explain the internet? And you're always like, well, it's a thing that connects computers. But then you have to talk about computers and you have to talk about screens. And it's like, it just becomes impossible.
Yeah.
And so like with a football game, you'd certainly be like, they're running, they're moving, but it would just be so basic. Like Nebraska's going to the right.
Yeah. And back then
He died in 1986, by the way. He was 90.
Oh, wow.
By the way, they didn't, first of all, the fields were very poorly maintained. And, and there were no numbers.
I was going to say the uniforms. It's not like
There
you
were
could
no
tell.
numbers.
Oh, it's number 12. Yeah,
Harold Wampler Arlen.
that was his last name or
So
middle
he
name.
had a tough job.
Some of his highlights were the 1920 presidential election returns, the 1921 International Lawn Tennis Challenge.
He had basically as much experience broadcasting as Tom Brady.
Nice. Jordan says it would be like John trying to call a soccer match.
I have actually called a soccer match.
How'd
But
that go?
fine.
Nice.
I know enough to make me dangerous, and that's about it.
Nice.
Thank you, Harold Arlen.
So thank you, Harold Arlen, who I assume also did that Nebraska game a month later.
His father, a farmer.
Pretty much most people's fathers were farmers back then.
He was
That's
an
true.
electrical engineer too, by the way.
A lot of farming. back
Lot
then.
of farming.
A lot of farming.
A lot of farming.
All right. Well, welcome to
He was the first person to announce a Major League Baseball game. This dude's just everywhere.
Well, KDKA in Pittsburgh did a lot of things first.
By the way, I just got a message from our great friend of the Grum, Ian, who made our open. He says, I still have access to a wire recording that is labeled as a 1938 Nebraska football game. And then he added it's in Lincoln.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean,
That sounds cool.
The catch is you got to find one of those that plays those things back.
Yeah.
I'd
You
be
have to
curious
have-
to know what it is.
Hokey Skur, quoting you, calling soccer, goal gets scored. Yes, sir. 5 points bank PK.
Do you think if you gave a play-by-play broadcast in the 20s, you would give people a heart attack with your energy and like what you do?
Well,
like if you
I
gave
would have
him a
been like
warhead.
I would have been
Right.
like Harold Arlen.
the
I would
bomb,
have.
the
It would have
candy.
been hard for me to.
But you
I
don't
would have
ball.
but I would have. But I would have never done a game before, just like Harold.
Imagine John traveling back in time and calling the first basketball game with how big a goobers all the
I'm
players
saying,
were.
John, you travel back in time with all of your knowledge right
I
now.
see,
You
I
travel
see.
back then, and they're like, "Hey, Harold's sick. He has a sore throat. Would you like to do this?"
Well, I
instead?"
mean, the first thing I would say is, come on, this isn't a very good game. I would have given it a D minus,
Classic John.
Yeah, I would have given it a D minus.
and then baseball would have remained America's #1 sport, all because of me. All right. Well, hey, a quick reminder that tomorrow again we're going to be at Omaha Roncalli,
Some of us.
65th and Sorensen Parkway. truly, when we say it's the best concession stand in the state, we are not lying. I mean, the big-ass burgers, the pulled pork nachos, the pulled pork mac, or the brisket mac, all the different things they do. And they always break out something different.
They surprise
and unique.
us. Yeah, and we're going to be there twice this year. Tomorrow, and then
we're going to be there twice this year.
Next time it'll be blanket season when we're there. I'm looking forward to it.
But they wanted us there twice because they wanted us there for their grand opening of their. They just put down a new field.
Yes,
and it's a big deal. They spent a lot of time and money on it, and so that's where we're going to be. Michael Severe is going to join me in person with Nick, while Josh will be up in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
We'll all be together, but so. We'll get additional keys. Michael, I'm sure, will have some keys and some.
And he's
tapes.
watched film of Northern Iowa.
He has.
Yeah, I have not. Have you watched any of your
I have
film
not.
yet?
No, I have not done that, and unfortunately, I won't get a chance to. I'm going to be way too busy tonight.
Busy. Who are you, Nick Grimm?
Yep.
You got to watch the Texas State, Arizona State game, huh?
No, I do not have to watch that game. No.
Unreal.
I'll be watching the Bills and getting ready for tomorrow's Grum.
You'll be watching the what?
The Bills.
No, you'll be watching the Dolphins.
No, the
John.
Bills are going to win.
And
Nick.
the Bills.
The priest tweets in, Harold Arlen was the Ryan Seacrest of his era.
Oh,
He's
really
doing
was.
everything. Yep.
The election, the tennis, the baseball. It was the Phillies and Pirates, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, join us tomorrow.
I'm sure old Merle there listening on his Philco was like, that Harold Arlen, he's on everything. He annoys me. But that will be tomorrow. Also, it's Movie Club tomorrow, and the movie this week is Super Troopers on Hulu.
Hell yeah, it is.
Yes, indeed. I'm watching it tomorrow on my flight.
I watched it on Monday.
Whoa!
It's been a busy week.
It's a busy week.
I had to do it Monday.
Yeah, you went out to steak and a t-shirt, and now you got a football game to watch tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of you, Nick.
Well, right now, everything around here, it's foreign territory. It's been a long time.
Well, it's Nebraska. We've been here.
I mean, think about this. Think about this for a minute. The last time Nebraska was 2-0 was 2016.
A lot has changed since then.
But even then, we were still dealing with all of that
season was annoying as hell.
The undercurrent of pessimism and negativity. A lot of people just saying, but the other shoe's going to drop. And sure, eventually,
it did. But that was a weird season because people were so divided on Riley.
Yes.
That even
from the very beginning.
Even when they won, and they got off to a 7-0 start, they climbed into the top 10. There was a large portion of the Husker fan base that was like, they're not good. It's like, who cares though? Let other people say that they're not good.
And remember, they'd won their bowl game the year before, so the winning streak it got to 8 in a row, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, even then, there was just that undercurrent of when's it gonna spill?
Correct.
And so really what we're experiencing today, and I'm not saying that people are already making plans for the playoff or anything like that, but there is a greater general sense of optimism and positivity that we haven't had here in a long time.
Correct.
A long time.
Yeah, we're like they're winning these games, and I think people are looking for reasons to buy in rather than looking for reasons to not.
Correct. They're looking for reasons to believe than reasons to sell.
Well, don't worry, folks. We have a wet blanket in this segment for you, just in case you're out there and you're saying, "I wish that they would be a little bit more negative."
I set it up.
Please put that blanket
I set
in
it
the
up
dryer.
by saying there is a lot of positive vibes right now.
But
we were reading from Tom Fernelli, friend of the program from CBS Sports this week.
Yes,
in his college football column, talking about a variety of different programs, and one of the subjects that he took on was Nebraska. And he acknowledges fans around here feel incredible. Explains, the whole thing to Colorado, the stud freshman in Dylan Raiola. He writes, then you look around the league and see Michigan getting wrecked while Penn State and Oregon both struggle to win against inferior teams, and you start thinking, what if? Tom writes, I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not inhaling what's in those red balloons either.
I don't think that's good for you anyway.
He writes, when you look under the hood, there are still some warning signs. UTEP, whom the Huskers beat 40-7 last week, followed that up with a 27-24 loss to Southern Utah.
So obviously not a good football team.
As for Colorado, well, let's just say that team may not be as good as the amount of coverage it gets.
Sure, and we all knew that. Yeah.
And a lot of folks will say, well, sure, yeah, no one's saying that UTEP was great or Colorado was great. You can only play the teams that you play, et cetera, et cetera. But I give Tom credit because he dives into the numbers a little bit.
Yes.
And so here's the meat of the matter. He says, in the down-to-down performance of the Nebraska offense has been hit or miss. The team's success rate of 43.9% against two bad defenses ranks 11th in the conference and 61st nationally. The explosive play rate of 10.8% ranks 90th. And the red zone performance scares me. The Huskers are only scoring 3.9 points per red zone possession. That's 97th.
It's a lot of good. It's good numbers, and he did good research. The numbers are obviously bad if you're a Nebraska fan, but that's some really interesting stuff. One of the things that I was obviously thinking about with it was the plays that could have been but weren't.
Yeah.
And I hope that doesn't come across as me saying ref, but more what if. Offense explosive play rate, for example, not even 11%, 90th in the country. Man, what do those numbers look like if if one of the, how many plays got called back in the second half? Was it 3 big plays?
Yeah.
If one of the 3 happened, certainly if 2, if all 3 of them were having a different story. So I read that success rate against 2 bad defenses. I know what it is. I would also say, certainly the UTEP game is like a story of the first 2.5 quarters versus a story of the final quarter and a half. But there's a part of me that...
But the second half, again, forget about the big
plays.
plays.
The second half of the Colorado game it's a mess.
Real quick, success rate is... In order to have good success rate, you're basically ahead of the chains.
Yes.
You have to gain at least, I think, because I think the standard's different from the NFL to college, but I think it's 60% of the yards on first down, have 80% of the yards gained by second down, and then obviously converting third downs.
So now I guess I can't speak if you were right on it being different in pro and college, but a play is successful when it gains at least 40% of yards to go on first down.
Okay, it's 40%.
60% of yards to go on second down, and 100%. So you want to get to 2nd and 6, then you want to get into 3rd and 4, and then obviously you want to get a first down.
Right.
So if you
and there were a lot of times. So my point was this: there were a lot of times where Nebraska on first down was getting stuffed at the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
Thus, their success rate, no matter what happened later, the success rate there drops. And then if you're not converting, if you're facing a lot of 2nd and 3rd and longs, your success rate is going to drop.
So that is, I would say it's funny because he doesn't have that in any of this, does he? He does not mention the second down to go number. That I would say is actually a bigger issue than some of the other stuff. In my opinion, when I watch them, the problem that I see, or potential problem that I see with Nebraska's offense right now, is they did put themselves multiple times across the first 2 games in 1st or 2nd and long, and it's actually because of a penalty, not so much just a straight up negative play.
Sure.
It's not sacks, because there's been one sack through 2 games, and it is not like negative rush plays. It has actually been, more often than not, a positive play that is then actually turned into a negative play. It goes from a successful play to an unsuccessful play that is like unsuccessful, bordering on pretty much catastrophicness because they're pushed back so far. That's been the problem.
Yeah, and the red zone issues. Obviously, you've got 1 red zone turnover, and you've got missed field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of missed field goals.
Well,
or missed field goal, and I think maybe a 4th down that didn't get converted. So there's some of that is baked in. And sure, it is a small sample size.
It is, because I just looked it up.
It is 2 games, but as Fornelli writes, he said it is something to keep an eye on, because while Northern Iowa won't pose a big threat, conference plays around the corner, and even the easy games remaining on the schedule will be tougher than anybody Nebraska's seen so far. And with that, I would say I absolutely agree.
For sure. So Yippee texted in. He says, how many chances to score in the red zone has Nebraska had? I don't know how much the numbers can really mean through 2 games. So I looked it up. 10 red zone attempts. They've scored on 70% of those possessions, 6 touchdowns, 1 field goal. So it is a very, very, very small sample size.
Whereas but it's also a small sample size against 2 bad defenses.
For sure. And so, you obviously want to finish on every single one of those.
Right.
And so that's why, the ultimate question is, how much of this is real how much of this is noise because it is the first 2 games? How much of it is noise in a negative way, and how much of this is noise in a positive way? We're only going to be able to tell once we get a larger sample size.
But it's not unfair to say that Nebraska's 3 easiest games are its first 3 games.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you and I ever did the exercise, but if we were going to rank the teams on the schedule, I guess preseason-wise, we probably would have had Purdue maybe in the mix. I certainly would have had Indiana in the mix, and then maybe UCLA. So, those would have been my candidates and then the other 3 teams, right? So that would have been my hodgepodge of 5 to 6 teams that would have certainly been in the bottom. But you're right. There's a world where Saturday marks the end of the easy part of the schedule, and then the following Friday begins, okay, it's going to be tougher. And also it's going to be conference games, which is always tougher because they have more film on you.
And listen, this isn't to say that Nebraska won't overcome some of these issues and they won't win some of these games. But if they were to stumble or struggle,
these will probably be
these things that Fornelli brings up in his column today or the other day are probably going to tell a large part of the story.
100%.
And the other part of it is, Nebraska has not turned the ball over. And if they continue to do that, that's great. But that there will be some turnovers. I would be curious to see what Dylan's turnover, what do they call it?
Turnover-worthy plays?
Turnover-worthy plays are.
That's a good question.
Because I can think of at least 2. Obviously, one last week, and there was one in the UTEP game. There might be another one that I'm forgetting, but I'd be curious to see what that is as well.
Yeah, he is. Okay, so another thing that is not mentioned in here, but certainly I'm going to be keeping my eye on. The number of sack-worthy plays that he avoided single-handedly, I thought was, 3 or 4 against Colorado? That's going to be something that they have to clean up. Obviously, the good part about all of this is, of course, that they're 2-0. And so, ultimately, it did not cost them anything. But when the schedule gets tougher, will these things come back to bite them? Is basically the question that comes out of this. Are these signs of things to come, and when you play better teams, it makes it all the harder? Or is some of this... Because, now I will turn around and I will argue against this. Tom, they were dominating and up by 1 million points in the third quarter versus UTEP, and they were up 28-0 at the end of the first half, and they went into the second half, and they just, they kind of sat on things, and it wasn't very pretty, but it's because they were dominating. That would be the argument that I would make if I was trying to push against this. Ultimately, I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. I think it's somewhere in the middle of his stats and just being overly positive. I tend to think it's in the middle, leaning more towards the positive. But what happens if the Illinois game is a 4-quarter game and some of these things show up in the second half? Then I would be wrong. So we'll find out what happens when they play in a close game.
All right, let's end on a positive because we don't want to.
Thank you.
We don't want to kill all the good vibes.
The positive boys.
The folks over at Action Network with a chart on havoc ratings, and again, havoc plays are plays that result in a forced fumble, an interception, a pass breakup, or a tackle for loss. We've been charting Nebraska's defensive havoc rate, but then there's also havoc allowed.
Okay.
And this graphic that, for those of you watching it on the stream, shows that Nebraska, in terms of defensive havoc, is just above 25%.
Okay.
And in its havoc allowed is basically around 7%.
Wow.
Which puts it, if you notice, the higher you are up and to the right, not back and to the left.
Nah.
Back and to the left, bad, if you remember your JFK.
Yeah.
Up and to the right is good. Miami, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Indiana, and Nebraska are all the uppermost teams to the right, meaning they've got some of the best defensive havoc numbers. Nebraska's top 10 in havoc looks, judging, just kind of counting here, they're around the top 10 in defensive havoc. And, there's a lot of teams that haven't allowed
There's
a lot
of teams, yes.
But Nebraska, again, is in a really good spot.
Because it's both offense and defense.
It's both offense and defense.
Miami, that is an impressive number, especially. I know that Florida's bad, but that they played a power school. Nebraska has played a power school. Tennessee has also played a power school. I do not believe Ole Miss has. I do not believe Indiana has. So that's like good in like, say what you will about Colorado, say what you will about NC State, say what you will about Florida. But they still played they played power teams. So I think that is positive. Colin says it feels better to nitpick these things being 2-0 versus 0-2 like last year.
course.
It certainly does. And then Sam quoting me, plays that could have been but weren't. Josh, welcome to Creighton shot quality victory discussion. Yeah, the Creighton folks talk about that a lot, right? They got a lot of good looks. They just didn't go in. Can they go in the next time?
So there you go. Some conversation. See, we like to keep it fair and balanced.
We report.
Mm-hmm. We did a great job. I thought that was a good breakdown. I'm happy to see that from Tom.
Yeah, Tom's a level-headed dude. Tom's not a hater.
Also, it's going to be really, really nice to just get a larger sample size.
Oh,
that's the worst part about
absolutely.
football, and the best part about football is the sample size is so small. And so it's not like baseball where, like, by this point in time, the data is what the data is.
Yeah, I mean,
Speaking of baseball,
it's a fantastic sport.
What about
it?
it,
A
Nick?
lot of data points.
the thing I sent you guys.
What did you send us?
I sent you
Oh, he sent us the thing.
LSU's baseball
Nobody
schedule.
cares.
But look who's on it, Josh.
Who?
Nebraska.
And Omaha.
Wait, both teams?
Yeah.
Yeah, March
Okay,
1st.
is Nebraska, is that game here or is that game there?
No, that's at the Frisco Classic.
Is that in Texas?
Frisco, Texas.
Wow, that was
I'm
bad.
not very good at doing that. I could do this one.
Wow, no love at all
For college baseball in September?
For Will Bolt.
No, it's for college baseball
the
in
guys
September.
who dogpiled on that field down the street.
It's for college baseball in September. That's what I don't have love for.
When we continue, we've got more to come, including some content. And you know what we haven't done yet?
What?
We haven't shared with the people the big highlight from the newest Chasing 3 and
yeah, I uploaded all these videos today. I
and
feel
the
like Nick
trash
now.
talk coming from Colorado State.
Is this what it
we
feels
might
like?
as well poop on Prime. I thought we were done pooping on Prime,
Never.
but guess what?
Never.
We had tacos last night.
Never. Oh.
No.
16:20 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Tonight is throwback night at Hard Rock as my Dolphins try to show the world that the Bills are stinky. Follow along with all the action with your new sportsbook, Circus Sports Iowa. Let's start with the tight money line split for tonight's game. The Finns minus 143 to beat the Bills. The points total is at 48. Some props for tonight. Points scored by the Dolphins, 24.5. First player to score a touchdown. Unfortunately, that belongs to James Cook for the Buffalo Bills, as he has the best odds at plus 975. And of course, you can also play along with the live in-game lines that update every single break. These are all things you can do just with one game in the Circus Sports Iowa app. Imagine how much you can win and play this weekend when we have many games. And by the way, when you do win a lot this weekend, Circus Sports Iowa won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys like to do. Go ahead and download Circus Sports Iowa today and bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Now give me my theme music. For the second straight year, Deion Sanders is making a massive overhaul at Colorado. And we don't give a shit.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Unsportsmanlike conduct now. Poops on Prime.
I thought we were done. I thought we were moving on.
That's my question is, are we, how much are we still talking Colorado? Because Zach emails in immediately, yes, keep pooping on Prime. I think the listeners might demand that we talk about that.
Well,
you're still obsessed with Michigan all the time, so I guess we'll still
not
be
obsessed with Michigan. What do you mean obsessed with
Cowboys?
Michigan?
You're obsessed with the Cowboys.
Not obsessed with the Cowboys.
Obsessed with the 49ers.
Not obsessed with the 49ers.
Rent
Why do
free.
you keep mentioning all these losers?
Rent free. Obsessed with the Chiefs.
Well, if you missed it, the new Chasing 3 following the exploits of the Nebraska football team is out, and the video that's making all the rounds is the opening coin toss. Now, I've seen it. I've not actually listened intently, so I'm not sure how this is going to translate on the radio.
It might be a little tough. We'll do our best, certainly after, to kind of give the lowdown. For those who are watching, there will be subtitles, and that is going to help you. But when there is curse words, they don't bleep it; they just drop the audio,
right?
And so it just sounds stilted at times.
Yeah, I think it's better when you hit the bleep because then you know. You keep thinking that your audio's broken.
Thank you. I'm happy that you agree because I'm a fan of the bleep over the.
But Shiloh Sanders, one of the captains, and we all know what happened to Shiloh just a few minutes later. Was talking some noise in the pregame coin toss.
Nebraska wins the toss. Peter Furter, the second half. Colorado offense gets the ball first.
Can you hear much down there?
No.
Wow. I mean, it is electric.
So basically, the Supers were Shiloh basically saying, "Yeah, we're about to roll your ass."
He said, "Yeah, we're about to roll your ass," and then he laughs and says, "We're going to roll you, bruh."
Yeah, and it also is not very audible, but basically, Ty Robinson is like, "Yeah."
All last week, we wondered, do they know what they are about to walk into? And on Saturday night, the answer within 5 minutes was unequivocally no.
The answer on the first play,
was no. They had no idea.
Shador's short-armed the first throw.
Yeah, they did not know. They did, and the thing about the newest doc is it shows how much behind the scenes they were looking to this game and how personal they took it. How personal they took everything from last year. They being Nebraska.
They did.
And
they did a fairly decent job, Mekhi Bear.
him aside.
Did a pretty decent job of explaining, it's important to us, but not doing a whole lot to fuel the fire. But it was certainly discussed.
Yeah.
Heck, you even heard a little bit in the Matt Rule audio we had today. He made reference back to it about the game and how much noise they were talking last year and how Nebraska was taking notes.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it definitely got under their skin. I have not seen the full episode, so I look forward to it. I don't know when I'm going to get to it.
Yeah, it's like 45 minutes, so.
Yeah. But if you haven't seen it, it's on the Huskers YouTube channel. Now, looking ahead, Colorado's got a big rivalry game this week.
Remember last year?
They have to go to Fort Collins to face Colorado State, the team that should have been their first loss
last year in Boulder, obviously, we know what happened. The game goes into, was it 1 or 2 overtimes? Colorado pulls it out. It was they won against TCU. We thought TCU was good. They dominated Nebraska in the second half. And so this was the first kind of warning sign that things weren't going to be A-okay for the Colorado Buffaloes moving forward.
Yeah, this was certainly something. So
I
Braden
forgot.
Fowler
Okay.
Nicolosi,
Yep.
the quarterback who had a great game last year against CU, and wide receiver Torrey Holton are doing an on-field interview. And I don't know if this is through a television station or if this is Colorado State's own in-house product.
I have to imagine that this is outside because I can't imagine the program would want to release this.
Well, it's out there.
Yeah.
But give a listen to what these two young men have to say about the visiting Buffs this weekend.
We owe them one. And that's just something that's been sitting on everybody, mind since we came back from break. We owe them. And we walked away from that game, as, we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys. And, they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world. And this ain't no Cinderella story, so we coming for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more, and we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
We all came here to play football, so at the end of the day, the millions of followers and fans that they then produced and got, and celebrities that then jumped on their side because of who Deion Sanders is, at the end of the day, Deion Sanders ain't playing. It's those players playing, so those players better back up on what they speak about.
Dude, when he said near the beginning of the clip, we should have murdered them.
Yes, we should have murdered them.
Because I had seen this shared.
And then the quip about, we'll see how all those how did he phrase it? We'll see how far all those Instagram followers takes them.
You want to talk about taking something personally.
They take it very personally.
And outside of Mekhi Bayer, last week Nebraska did an excellent job of keeping everything in-house. That, not so much for Colorado State.
And there was woofing last week. There's no question about it. But Nebraska jumping out to the big early lead and Colorado not really being ever in the game certainly helped tamp down any of the nastiness.
Mm-hmm.
Given what happened last year in this game, remember last year at this time, Jay Norvell was getting ripped by everybody for his comments about Prime and how he should take his hat off indoors and take his glasses off. My mom wouldn't allow me to do that. And how everyone crapped on old Jay Norvell, who's usually kind of a, dare I say, a milquetoast kind of guy.
For sure.
And I thought it was way over the top what people were saying about him. But it got spicy there. It was spicy during the game. And now what these two dudes are saying, I am definitely having that game on the second TV. Because there's going to be some fighting.
It's going to be spicy. It's going to be very spicy.
There's going to be some fighting on CBS. It's going to be like watching. Was Kung Fu a CBS show? It's going to be like watching Kung Fu on CBS from way back in the day.
Dare I say, if Colorado is going to make a bowl game, as I open up the K-Ford stuff, they have to win this game.
They have to.
Right? They have to win this game. They have dropped, and this is just in conference, they have dropped all the way down to 3.2 conference wins now. With what has happened overall, he has Colorado now going 5-7. If I remember right, he was a 6.5 win guy before the season started. Don't remember for sure, but right now he has them with a 27% chance of winning 5. The next best record is 4-8 at 23% chance, 21% chance of getting to 6 wins. They have an 81% chance to win though this weekend, according to his numbers. If they lose, you can kiss a bowl game goodbye.
In week 3.
And it would be a second straight loss to a rival. And it would be a second straight loss to a rival on the road. And then things are just going to get all the more difficult.
Coming up next, we've got content. And today in content, if you thought that having to change out Herbie's hand gesture was one thing,
Supremacist Herbie?
Throwing the bones might be next.
I don't believe you
on
this.
cancel culture's list.
I don't believe you.
Stay tuned. 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
It's time for some content. And with that, we turn it over to Nick. Are you getting the feelings in your tum-tum like Josh was
big game
last
feelings
week?
in your tum-tum.
I've had big game feelings in my tum-tum all day, John. I'm not heartless.
It's a big game, John. Yeah, he's excited for Texas State and Arizona State. Let's go. Football.
Josh, I'm not the pervert here.
Football pervert, not regular pervert.
Boys,
Yes.
we haven't talked about this at all today for some reason. Because we had to talk about basketball, I guess?
Yes.
And college baseball that you brought up.
And
Nick.
you brought up college baseball. All of those things got in before this.
Realignment is back on the menu. It's like Lord of the Rings when they said meat's back on the menu.
Nice. Lord of the Rings.
I don't get that reference.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State leaving the Mountain West to join the Pac-12 in 2026. At least we can start saying Power 5 again, am I right?
I mean, I won't go that far because...
Look at all those states.
There's a lot of states.
It
the
is
states
a lot
boys.
of states. First of all, they need 2 more members to be legally recognized as a conference by the NCAA.
Yep. So who are they going to go after?
But the more important designation is how do the power conferences look at them? Because the next playoff contract will tell us all we need to know about what the Pac-12 status in the New World Order is going to be. And my prediction is they will be looked at as, oh, you're just the Mountain West with a different name.
Definitely. Couldn't agree with you more. So they better really hope that access is still granted to the top 5 conference champs. And there's no guarantee that they will be one of the top 5. But if they add a little bit more, they can get into that top 5. It won't mean hosting a playoff game, and it will probably mean going on the road, and certainly it's not going to mean a bye. But at least it's starting to come together. My question would be this, John. Why did it take until now? Like, I think we all expected this to be the end game, that they were going to go back under the banner. I wonder why it took as long as it did.
Well, remember, we had the story come out about how the Mountain West wasn't going to extend the scheduling for Washington State and Oregon State a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And so my guess is it was probably...
That kicked it into high gear.
Well, it was probably tamped down because Washington State and Oregon State, who basically are the Pac-12, knew that they had these 4 schools in the queue ready to go.
I do wonder who are the additions that they can get. I think obviously that's going to play a huge part in the
I'm surprised UNLV
Nevada
wasn't part of this.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Nevada isn't.
UNLV more than Nevada.
The other thing that I would wonder about,
Why not both?
it's funny because Hokie Skirt brings up Stanford and Cal. Like, are they like, oh man, we could have been in that league with them? I mean, they're getting a whole lot more money in the ACC, but like, I don't know. Those 2 schools in particular probably wish that they were with their West Coast brethren. And here's the other question, the final one. The Big East, when it first fell apart, they retained the naming rights. And then people are like, oh, cool, they have the naming rights. But what does that ultimately mean? The league has obviously turned into a very, very good league. Can the Pac-12 do the same? As someone who likes college football being a national sport and not just the South and not just the Big Ten, I would love for that to happen. They're going to need some more, though, out there on the West Coast than just these 6 schools, mainly, to start at least, to define themselves as a legal conference.
We haven't answered or asked even the most important question. What does this mean for the Rose Bowl?
Well, the Rose Bowl is either a quarter or a semifinal now moving forward, so nothing. The Rose Bowl is
Actually,
dead.
it'll always be a quarterfinal because
yeah.
they always want to have it on January 1st. So, yeah, it doesn't mean anything for the Rose Bowl.
11 current and former athletes at Iowa and Iowa State have joined a federal lawsuit that accuses an Iowa law enforcement agency of illegally obtaining gambling information of more than 40 athletes and hundreds of students at both campuses in early 2023. What exactly is the end game here?
Well, the end game is that this the Iowa agency, and I'm struggling to remember what their name was, but we talked about it with Scott Docterman a few months ago. There's going to be some major changes there. But this could end up being very expensive for the state of Iowa because what they did,
it was illegal
in terms of illegally misleading and illegally obtaining the betting information.
Yeah,
using geofencing and not doing what the warrant said you were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to get messy, and eventually these athletes are going to be exonerated to some degree, but it would probably be too little too late because some of them already missed playing games.
Yeah, they probably will. I'm guessing they're going to get a little bit of money out of it. At least I would hope that they would. Again, what they were doing was, against the rules, but how they obtained it was illegal. And so that ain't going to be good for your state.
The beautiful state of Iowa. God's country is what I call it.
No,
I call Iowa God's country.
Poop country is what we call it.
My Dolphins host the Bills tonight in hot Miami. Do they get it done, or will the second best quarterback in the league pick up another W?
Nice to see Nick finally acknowledge
Tagovailoa.
Oh, nice. That Josh Allen is the second best quarterback in the NFL. Bills. I'm Bills pilled. Bills get it done. They move to 2-0.
Again, you're always Bills pilled. This doesn't mean anything. This isn't new.
One of these days, I'm going to be right.
You're actually just a Bills fan.
Go Bills!
I'm going to go with the home team tonight.
Thank you, John.
How come?
The Bills don't
because
win
they
often.
are at home.
It is warm. It's toasty. Toasty woasty.
It's throwback night. We can't lose on
I do like the
and
throwbacks.
And Buffalo does struggle in Miami.
Buffalo overrated.
Plus, they
Except
had
for last
issues
year in
with
week
the
18.
Cardinals last week.
Cardinals are good, though.
We'll see.
You're Kyler pilled.
I'm just normal pilled is what I am, Nick. I'm good take pilled.
Just pilled?
Yeah.
What do you think of the exchange of information by Northern Illinois coach Thomas Hammock and Notre Dame's Marcus Freeman? Hammock offered to Freeman the things they saw on film that they thought would beat the Irish. Freeman has taken him up on the offer.
Interesting, given that, normally you just kind of break down your own thing and you don't want to hear from the other guys. But this is actually a very shrewd thing to do by Thomas Hammock because, remember, Northern Illinois, with this win, is now they've got the best resume among all the group of 5 teams. And if they can put it together the rest of the season, they could end up being in the playoff.
Yep.
So they need Notre Dame to be good.
That's a great point. I hadn't even thought of that.
They need them to be good. So it's like, hey, Notre Dame, here's what we know about you. We're not
Please
playing
win
anymore. So please keep winning. And meanwhile, for Marcus Freeman,
big tears in their eyes.
For Freeman to have the humility to actually be willing to take this versus just going, we're going to wallow in our own.
Well, that was the thing that came out of the game too. Is like it wasn't a fluke. Like they beat them up. They played better than them. I've seen upsets over the years. This was not a traditional upset. I had never even thought of the point that you just made, though, that it would be good, obviously, for Northern Illinois. They need to take care of their own business, but they need Notre Dame to continue to take care of theirs too, because it will look better. And they would, in theory, have one of the best wins of the entire season. Certainly, if they're able to win out, they're going to the playoffs. So, good point. Notre Dame needs to win for them.
I want to know how Football Scoop got that information.
They have sources.
Just many people.
Many sides.
Nebraska added the 1890 Collective logo to their field. Arkansas is going to tap into 2 of their biggest boosters. Walmart, owned by the Walton family, and Tyson Foods, owned by Arkansas grad John H. Tyson. Does this add value to the Hogs?
I mean, it certainly can help them out in terms of firing coaches, moving on from coaches, and then hiring other coaches. Look, Calipari, I feel like is way past his prime, but that's still quite the coup for Arkansas basketball. Can they do something similar with their football program? I think
I'd be curious to know how much money they're getting.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, from these boosters, they've been getting their money for a long time anyway, but these are 2 big names in corporations now down on their field.
Mm-hmm.
That's,
So it begins.
So it begins. At least they're tiny baby markers. They're not overly huge, but one day we'll have giant corporate logos at midfield, and we'll all remember where we were when it first happened.
We'll never forget.
Let's go to the last one.
In Nebraska, when you cross your arms, it's throwing the bones. In La Liga, the best soccer in the world, it's a penalty signal indicating a racist incident has occurred. Herbie Husker had to stop with the OK sign. But what does this mean for throwing the bones?
So this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, in La Liga.
When they hear, if they hear that, and this is actually like coming from the crowd.
Yeah. Slurs and things from the crowd.
So the officials will throw up the crossed arms logo.
But that's signaling
Do
something
any American
bad.
sports
Well,
have
sure.
a
Just
racist
like
signal?
this
for decades was an okay sign.
But
And
then white supremacists started. See, but that's the difference. White supremacists started doing that.
Right.
This is refs signaling something bad.
John, people forget that for centuries, the
that.
swastika was a symbol of peace.
That's
I
the over.
understand that.
Do you want to bring back the swastika, John? Because for
I'm
centuries it was okay.
I'm not saying I want to bring back anything, but pretty soon, because actually this was adopted by
Behind your
international soccer, so I'm guessing this will be a thing that happens in all soccer leagues moving forward.
I think all sports should have a racist signal. Oh, whoa, that's racist signal.
Oh, whoa, that's racist signal.
I just don't want them to use something that we've already used around here.
Oh, then that's another thing
because
that could
then
be
people will
sponsored.
think, oh my God, look at all those students. They're calling each other out for being racist.
Somebody's being racist in the stands.
And
then what happens if they throw up the 3 and out bones?
Uh-oh.
That is the racist signal brought to you by Tyson Foods.
Buffalo Billy has tweeted, hell yeah, Josh. Hashtag go Bills. Hashtag Bills pilled. Welcome, Buffalo Billy. Welcome to the
Bills
Josh High.
suck.
No, they don't. They're good.
They suck in a I hate them way, not in a they'd actually suck way.
Well, we'll get ready for the game tonight and figure out what we're eating while watching the game tonight.
Oh, I'll tell you.
Not yet.
Well,
You have to wait.
You probably told us 4 weeks ago because you had it planned out.
I learned about what we're having tonight like 2 days ago.
That's
what? She's home. She's not working tonight. So she's like,
Is that
hey,
enough advance warning?
Oh, yeah. I'm.
Are you sure? You're okay?
I'm craving it now.
Are you sure?
I'm craving it now.
What about that Popeyes that you ordered a couple days ago?
Dude, I've been craving Popeyes lately, too. Yeah. Funny joke. Ha ha.
Thanks for making it. 1620 in the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was tacos from Taco Inn. Taco Inn, very underrated tacos.
Never had it.
Taco Inn.
What I like what they do is when you order their meat nachos, what they do, you get a bag of the chips, and then they give you like a cup of the cheese, and they mix the meat and the jalapenos in with the cheese.
Oh, that's good. And so it's all there, and then you just put it on
and then you just dip it.
Oh, that's
you just
lovely.
dip it.
That sounds tasty.
Yeah.
So you having that tonight?
No, that was last night.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea what's tonight.
Okay, so most people asked, am I having wings? No. Buffalo chicken dip, though.
Oh, yum. That sounds good.
So basic, it's like you're having wings.
Kind of.
You know what I had last night? I don't know about tonight. I haven't decided. I'm leaning towards one thing, maybe another. It might just be rice.
Your tum-tum is so stressed right now, though, Nick.
I got stress tum.
Josh Allen, 11-2 versus the Dolphins in his career.
He's dumb.
Bye.
See you, Ron.